and maybe, you know, explore Shadow Moses this way and look for some ghosts, because there's a lot of them hidden all over the stage.
Details.
Details. And this is why Shadow Moses took so long to make.
With the ghosts. Okay, okay.
All right, so let's head to the north.
Okay.
And we're gonna go up the stairs in the northeast.
Oh, this is my favorite part from MGS1 because, you know when the guards come over
Right.
and you kind of hide. This is the first time you kind of encounter these, I think, the last moment thing.
Yeah, and you're kind of like on these stairs, right?
Yeah,
The
yeah,
guards
yeah.
are right above you, and you're kind of hiding here.
And you're thinking, oh, should I go back or should I go kill him and
Right.
things like that. I
so,
love this part.
So right now, for people who are wondering where we are, we're right in the middle of the stairs right now. So we're gonna head up to the top of the catwalk, and then at the top, we're on the second floor. Just follow the catwalk
To the left.
You should be heading to the west, and you'll see the duct on your right-hand side.
Yeah.
So stop in front of the duct.
I remember this point as well because every time you get spotted from the guards, you
Right.
kind of duck into this
Yeah.
duct and
And you're trying to get in as quickly as possible,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
The snake's
yeah.
like ducking down and like, go,
it's
go,
very
go, go.
slow and
The guard sees you. Yeah. But anyway, no guard here this time, so let's go ahead and duck down, crawl into this duct, and as soon as you get in, crawl a little ways, and you'll hear another flashback.
Yeah. Who is this guy?
Master Miller.
Master Miller.
Yeah. But he sounds like somebody else.
Yeah, sounds familiar.
Yeah, sounds
Familiar.
pretty familiar.
Yeah, yeah.
Who was?
Somebody else in Metal Gear Solid 1, right?
Oh yeah.
It is a long duct. Hey,
It
what
is a long
happens?
duct.
Yeah, what happens if you kind of look down?
You can look down. You can see, look into the other rooms or peek out through the grates and see the, dwarf gecko crawling around. So
Okay.
you can go ahead and do that. But this time the duct, is just one way, so just go ahead and follow it to the end. If you follow these rats, they'll lead you out. So
Oh, the rats are
yeah,
still
yeah,
here.
yeah, the rats are still
Right.
here, so you won't get lost. Okay, so when you get to the end of the duct, you pick up some iPod music. This was the Warhead storage
Yeah.
background music from the original Metal Gear Solid 1.
Mr. Muraoka composed this music, right?
Yeah. We're talking to Mr. Muraoka about this music, and he was talking about how insanely difficult it was to make this on the original PlayStation. Back in those days, you had to load all of the sound into memory and basically call everything by hand.
I see.
It's not like you could just stream audio
Yeah.
from, a disc or, load everything into memory like we do now.
Yeah.
That's just realize, listen to the quality of this background music and realize that this all had to be done by hand.
Okay. Shall we move on?
Yep. All right, so next, let's just go ahead and climb out from this duct. So go to the edge, press the triangle button, and you'll swing down and hang from the edge of the duct. And be careful when you drop down here because, there are the dwarf gecko patrolling. So drop down. So let's go to the end of the catwalk behind this some kind of
Small
like a
container.
container at the end of the catwalk here. Hide behind this container here so that you don't get spotted by the dwarf gecko. And if you look to the east, you'll see that door with the number 4 written on it.
Number 4.
Number 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's actually something really special about that room number 4.
Special.
Special.
Yo.
Can you go inside?
You can go inside, but not now. If you try to go inside now, you'll find that the door is actually locked.
Yeah.
But later on in the game, that door will open. Actually, in the next stage, when you activate the power, and Otacon disables the security, this door will be opened. So be sure to come back here and check inside of there because there's a pretty cool item.
What kind?
You can actually get an iPod track.
Oh.
Okay, so we drop down from this duct. Again, dwarf gecko patrolling. And once they're gone, quickly drop down from this catwalk, end of the catwalk, swing over the edge, drop down, and as soon as you hit the ground, head outside through underneath these shutters to the north, and then stop as soon as you get to the other side of the shutters.
And we'll get another.
And you will be hearing another flashback as soon as you drop down. Okay, so now you should be in this laser hallway, which you'll remember from Metal Gear Solid 1. And, again, to bring up the nostalgia, we actually placed these dwarf gecko on the walls in the same positions, the same place as the lasers in Metal Gear Solid 1, to kind of recreate that feeling. So they're in the exact same spot. And another thing I want to point out while we're here is if you go ahead and equip your solid eye, and enable night vision, and look at the ground, you'll see some footprints.
Ah, these are footprints of.
Familiar?
Yeah. What? Yeah. There's 2 footprints.
Right. And people may recognize one set from South America
Yeah.
during our tracking
Right.
mission.
The heels.
Yep, the heels. So you can deduce that Naomi was here. And the other pair of footprints actually belongs to Vamp.
Yeah, he also kind of does that vamp walk.
Yeah.
Yeah, over here.
Yeah,
His
he was
trademark
turning.
Vamp walk.
Yeah.
You know, look around on the ground, you see their footprints here and there. So people who want to do that can go ahead and take a look. Okay, so now let's go ahead and move through this hallway. So we're going to head to the north and just be sure not to get spotted by these lasers. So wait till you can run through and run under these lasers.
Go, go.
Get to the end.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
you're out in the canyon.
Okay, we stop here?
Yeah, so let's stop here. So, you know, once again, we're out in the snow, and you'll hear another flashback.
We're out in the canyon, and what do you want to tell us
All right.
in this canyon part?
All right, so first thing I want to do is let's head to the right, go to the east,
East?
and there's kind of like this big boulder here. So
Yeah.
let's just go around this boulder until you hit the wall, like this rock wall.
Yeah.
And then to the east, there's actually a pathway
Yeah.
leading up to the east.
Uh-huh.
So let's go up this pathway.
Okay.
And at the end here, you'll find a rock wall and a bunch of items. But, you know, originally, when we were making this stage, there was not a rock wall here. There was actually a lake
Yeah.
beyond this. And, you know, we had this whole, like, scenario where there was a frozen lake and there were gecko patrolling on top of the lake. And you could, like, you know, break the ice and, like, drop them down to the water and things like that. And that was actually, like, an entirely different route that you could take to get to this point.
Yeah.
So in the original design for this stage, you could actually bypass that whole heliport area completely and go from the beginning.
Ah, I see. To here.
Right, so when you first come down from the helicopter, instead of going, you know, to the west, if you went to the north, you could actually head up and get to this lake area, and then it would hook up to the canyon from this path here. But, you know, back then, you know, Moses was envisioned as kind of more of an action-oriented stage. But, you know, midway through, we decided we wanted to go with more of a nostalgic feeling for the stage. And then, you know, of course, the other thing was that we felt it would be a really horrible waste for people not to see the heliport, you know, because that's probably the most memorable thing
Right.
that people, you know about Metal Gear Solid 1 was that, you know, sneaking from that heliport in the beginning. So, yeah, we definitely wanted to make people go to that heliport. So, for that reason, we decided to close this
I
path.
see. So there is still lake behind that, I guess.
Beyond here, I guess you can imagine there's a lake beyond that.
Okay, okay.
No data.
Yeah, not anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been buried by snow.
Okay.
So we got the items. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna head back.
Okay, yeah, so let's head back to the canyon. So go down the slope, and you'll see these 2 gecko who are in power save mode. So let's sneak by these. If you go towards, you know, through the middle of the canyon, you can get by without waking them up. So carefully do that. And then when you get past these gecko, kind of lined up with the second gecko, then to the west, you'll see this small little cave,
Yeah.
which was also here in Metal Gear Solid 1. Probably when you get to this point, you'll hear Otacon going on about one of the geckos waking up. But if you come into this cave, you can get an item here. You can get the iPod track Following Destiny, which is from Zone of the Enders. Yeah. All right, so I think we will wrap it up here. From this point, all that's left is to head to the north, and of course you crawl under that shutter, and you go to the next stage.
We still get a lot of requests about Zone of the Enders, don't we?
Yeah, everybody
Yeah.
wants part 3.
Yeah. It was a good game.
You like to know like how many people want us to make the sequel?
Yeah, well, because, you know, a lot of the Kojima Productions KJP fans really know Zone of the Enders or Boktai or other products as well, like even Snatcher or Police Notes. Not officially even released in some areas, but
Right.
people still know, say we want this officially or we want a sequel to it. And Zone of Enders is always kind of referred as, you know, in interviews or things like that. When
Yeah,
are you going
a
to
lot
create,
of
you know,
press
to Mr.
people.
Kojima, when are you going to create the next Zone of the Enders? You know, we would like to see, and we get this request all the time. However, we were thinking, Ken and I were always saying, actually, how many people, you know, really want Zone of the Enders as a sequel? So, guys, if you're listening, and tell us not about you, but your friends who are like casual Metal Gear fans, if they're interested or not.
Yeah.
Don't lie, okay? But
Don't inflate the numbers.
yeah, we just want to know, purely, if it's really, of course, as Hideo's been always saying, he would like to do this when he has time, but there's always sacrifices. If he does that, you'll get to see the latest new Hideo's thing even later. So that's kind of a trade-off, isn't it?
Right.
But if there's so many people wanting to see Xenogears, why not put the priority on top a little further up? But we just want to know. Ken especially really wants to know because he's been asking this all the time.
Yeah. Well, I wish I could have like a poll or something. I mean, ask like all gamers and how many people wanted to play Zero sequel.
Well, we have all the Metal Gear Solid 4 players listening to this podcast.
Okay. Okay, well, make sure you write your comments, and we'll check your comments out.
Yep.
And where are we going to start next time?
So next time we'll start right on the other side of that shutter.
Okay, the
So-
nuclear warhead.
Right, nuclear warhead storage building.
Guys, did you hear that? Next time we're going to do the latter half of Shadow Moses. Thanks, guys, for joining. And, well, if you missed something, Sean, you're, of course, more than welcome to say, especially about your personal things.
Yeah, I think I'll pass on the personal.
Okay. We'll hear more next time on the latter half. So thanks for tuning in, and see you next time.
All right.
See you. Bye.
Alright, that's gonna wrap up this edition of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Check back next time for more tips, tricks, and insider info on Metal Gear Solid 4. Brought to you by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima himself. Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo Blog. See you next time. Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
All right, welcome to episode number 9 of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. My name is Sean Isto, and as always, I'm here with Aki Saito
Hi, everyone.
and producer Ken Imaizumi.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, Sean, we're in the latter half of Shadow Moses.
Right, so we are in the Shadow Moses nuclear warhead storage building, first floor. So at the beginning of the show, this time, we'd like to try something a little bit different.
Okay.
I think I'd like to just ask everybody what everyone's favorite drama scene in Metal Gear Solid 4.
That's a tough one. Sean, do you have already one?
For me, yeah, there's a lot. There's so much drama in the game that it's hard to choose just one. And this is a spoiler, by the way, so anyone listening, if you don't want spoilers, just turn it off now. But I think for me personally, it's that scene at the end where Big Boss makes his appearance. That just really got it for me. As a Metal Gear Solid fan, seeing
Yeah.
Big Boss come back, and then that last scene, where he's smoking his last smoke and nods off in the grave. That nailed it for me. A really great scene.
Well, for me, the part I liked, which I cracked up for about 5 minutes, was the part when Liquid seems to die, battling with the Metal Gears. The famous, the boss battle scene. You get to ride the Metal Gear.
Right,
He
right.
rides his Metal Gear and things like that. And then he seems to die. And he say, in the English version, I think he says, think again.
Right,
When he, in that crucial moment. But in Japanese, it was a little bit more hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the famous line.
Yeah.
The fox died.
Yeah. Janai.
Janai.
Janai means not, or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
So the original translation, I saw the script, was not actually.
Not. Yeah.
Fox die. Not.
Not.
Right.
But this was a little not so funny, so I think a lot of people changed it
Yeah.
to
Well,
think again.
Yeah. Not was little classic. I mean, little old, like
Yeah.
Wayne's World.
Yeah, it's kind of like,
type, like a 1980.
like in the
Yeah.
90s,
1990s, sorry.
you'd say something, then there's that kind of gag. I guess it felt a little
And
bit
then
old.
it went to, I think, if I can remember it correctly, just kidding or something like that. It went to several phrases during the
Yeah.
translation.
Right.
Anyways, that scene, and after he gets up, he kind of runs really in a cute style, like a girly way,
Right.
like almost jumping.
Jumping and skipping,
Yeah,
laughing.
and that really, I cracked up. And that's one of my favorite cutscenes. Ken?
We had a really hard time to do motion capture with Raiden part. So when he fight versus Vamp, you know, the South American part.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yeah, with the geckos, right?
Yeah, with
Yeah,
the gecko.
yeah.
That part. When we were doing the motion capture, Raiden guy, you know, he was trying to do like a break dance kind of, you know, turn.
Right.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
And we use a wire and stuff. You know, we spent so much time to do the motion capture because we failed so many times, and you know, and the motion team worked really, really hard, and then finally finish, you know, those, you know, whole sequence. And it was so decent, you know.
Yeah, well, that was, I think it's safe to say that was one of the most stunning cutscene.
I remember that was like the turning point when Raiden became cool.
Yeah. Did you know the part Sean's most favorite cutscene? You know, the big boss.
Yeah, the ending.
When,
Yeah.
That motion capture session was the very last part of the session. The guy who did a big boss, you know, he was the Snake voice.
Mr. Otsuka's?
Yeah, Mr. Otsuka's, you know, first the motion capture trial. He kept on saying like he wanted to do the motion capturing, and then Hideo said, "That's okay, let's do that." And then he joined, and you know, he had to do big boss part.
Yeah, but if I remember correctly, the voiceover was done by Mr. Otsuka's father, right?
Yeah. One of the famous voice
actors in Japan. Yes.
Wow. Oh, I didn't know that.
So the motion capture was done by Mr. Otsuka, Aki Otsuka, who does the voice for like in a sense, or you know, he's very famous in Japan. But he did the motion capture, and then his father did the voiceover, looking at his son's motion capture.
Oh, that's really
Really
Isn't it cool?
right?
Yeah.
Okay. So everyone, thanks for listening to our chat. I think Sean's really revved up to introduce the latter half of Shadow Moses. Shall we give it a go, Sean?
Yep. So everybody should be at the nuclear warhead storage building, first floor. You just crawled in from under the shutter, and we're at our checkpoint, start of the stage. First thing I want to point out is that, you know, as with the previous stages in Shadow Moses, and with almost all the stages in Shadow Moses, you know, the item placement in this stage is pretty accurate, and, you know, follows a lot of the item placement from the first game. So, you know, people may remember to the left here, if you go towards that window, you can get a ration at the end of that. Just something for people who play the original Metal Gear, something for them to keep an eye out for. You know, maybe they might get a kick out of seeing items in the same spot. But anyway, let's just go ahead, proceed down this slope, and head into the building.
Okay, let's walk up. I've been saying many times, but I hate this stage. I mean, this for me is was the most difficult stages ever.
Really?
Yeah, for me, I really had a hard time.
Sean's gonna cry.
Yeah.
I know.
You know,
We
he
talked
has-
about this before.
Yeah, he spent such a long
time.
Yeah, to create this stage.
So we just crawled under the
Gate, I mean, what do you call?
first
shutter.
door, the first shutter.
Right.
Uh-huh.
And so we're in this area, you know, that people will probably recognize from Metal Gear Solid 1, where there's the nuclear warheads in the hangar. First thing I want to point out is if you go ahead and put in your solid eye and look at the ground, you'll see that, you know, Vamp's footprints, Vamp and Nomi's footprints are here as well. You know, they were in the previous stage. You know, we really wanted to just get the personality behind Vamp and Nomi into these footprints. So you'll see that they don't just, you know, head straight on through to the back. You know, they kind of wander around. Nomi takes a slightly curvy path, takes a look inside of the truck, you know, things like that. And one thing, at the end of the first Moses stage, when you're in the corridor with the lasers, if you use your solid eye there and look at the ground, you can see Vamp's footprints there. And there's actually some pretty funny footprints there, because he's kind of dancing around. You can see, you know, Frost footprints. He's kind of doing that dance that he does, you know. Other than that, what I really want to point out in this stage is that there's a lot of detail here that wasn't here in previous Metal Gears, but finally the team was able to get this looking exactly the way they want to look.
Yeah, high def.
High def and a lot of detail, you know, glare on the floor.
I mean, but it's really interesting I think most of the users realize that there's not a big change, although technically there's a lot of big change. But I kind of, when I first stepped into Shadow Moses, I thought it was like just doing MGS1 again.
Right.
But come to think of it, yes, it's all, you know, like a blocked up, you know, MGS1 because of the power of PlayStation. It's all like blocked and things like that. It's not as accurate and well drawn as this, but you get the feeling that it's the same stage. So it's really, I don't know, people really get used to these high-tech things.
Yeah. You know, one thing that's kind of funny, you talk about like, you know, really the blocked up look for Metal Gear Solid 1. But, you know, talking to the staff that actually worked on Metal Gear Solid 1, you know, there's a reason for why these missiles are covered up with tarps. And that's actually so that they could cut down the polygon count in the original game.
I see.
You know, they wanted to have just like a whole bunch of missiles in this room. But, you know, they couldn't put it all in there.
Yeah.
So they decided to put tarps over some of the crates, you know, hide half of the missile under a tarp so that they could kind of trim back the polygon count. And you know, in addition, if you look at the windows around this room, you know, now if you look at them, you can see that there's missiles on the other side of those windows. You know, so there's other hangars with a lot more missiles in them. But of course, you know, with the original Metal Gear, that wasn't really an option. So now, you know, this is finally able to come through the way Hideo Kojima really wanted it. You know.
Well, thanks, PlayStation.
Yeah, thank you.
So your computer.
But anyways, let's go on. So we're looking at the rockets.
So head to the north,
Straight.
to the rear,
Straight
to
up.
the rear of the hangar, and you'll get to the gate. So let's just head over there. On the way, there's a truck on your left. If you want to crawl in there, you can get a FIM 92A. So just move on, and when you get to the end, to this control panel, you'll get a call from Otacon. So he'll tell you the door's locked, you gotta get the password, and then he'll activate the elevator for you. So let's just head straight to the elevator and head on down, because there's a lot of cool stuff down there.
Okay. So we climb up the catwalk.
Right, climb up the catwalk, head to the second floor, and then just go around, follow the catwalk until you get to the elevator. And one thing, this is going way back during the concept planning stages for the stage. Originally, the stage was more of an action-oriented stage. One of the ideas was that you could actually take the elevator down to the bottom
Really?
and access a secret base, things like that. But you know, in the end, we decided we really want to emphasize more of the nostalgic aspect of Moses. Okay, so let's go ahead and call the elevator. You know, there's something about this also. You know, people who played the original Metal Gear may remember that if you rapidly press the elevator button, the elevator actually will come faster.
Oh,
So that's preserved in here also. We wanted to have that in there for the fans. In real life, because that's what you do, right? You, all the time, you're in a rush, you like press it. You want it to come quickly.
But the elevator
It never
doesn't come.
comes.
No.
Yeah. In this game, you can do it, and it will come a little bit faster.
Okay, so we head to which floor?
B2.
You head down to B2.
This elevator.
Well, Metal Gear Solid 1, when you ride and then change the floor, and then you know, when you know they're showing that, I mean, moving the floor to floor, they're loading behind
In the background?
Like in the background.
But at this time, you know, the PlayStation 3 is so powerful. I mean, so much memory, so we don't have to do that download in the background.
This time
So-
you can
Yeah.
get on the elevator and walk around and
Walk
shoot.
around and shoot, yeah.
While you're on the elevator.
You can do whatever you
so
want.
That's why in MGS1 you couldn't do anything. And once you're in the elevator, and when the elevator's moving.
Right.
So that was a trick.
That was a trick. I think a lot of people didn't realize it, or the people who did realize it were really hardcore.
Okay, where we go, Sean?
Okay, so the first thing we want to do is head out into the hallway, step forward a little bit to the south, and then turn to your right, and you want to head to the west. And when you get into this room, you'll see control panel on your right. That's kind of blown up. And of course, you know, people will recognize this control panel from Metal Gear Solid 1.
Yes.
This is, of course, where you used the Nikita missile and
Yes.
blew it up. But, you know, it's not completely destroyed. And for people who maybe didn't realize it, you can actually use this, you can still activate the electric floor in the hallway from here using the Mark III. And you can actually use this to electrocute the gecko that comes down in the later half of the stage.
Oh,
Did you know this?
no, I didn't know.
Yes, a lot of people had a hard time to beat the gecko in
Yeah.
this part.
Yeah.
But, you know, what you're supposed to do, or, you know, the best strategy is after the gecko drops down, then you kind of go back into the hallway, hide behind the door, and then use your Mark III and send him over to this control panel and activate the electric floor while the gecko's in the hallway. And you can take him down really quickly. On top of that, you'll also get some driven points as a bonus.
Wow.
Very quick way to beat the gecko.
You didn't tell me that.
I didn't know that.
Oh, okay.
Just kidding. I knew it.
Yeah, when I was playing, you didn't tell me that. Okay.
But we really wanted to put this in also, just because we had that electric floor in the hallway, and we really wanted to use it again. Yeah, it's something that players will remember from the first one. Definitely wanted to use that in some way, so you can use that on the gecko. For people who want to try it, you can also use it on Snake. So if you have Snake stand in the hallway and you send the Mark III down here, you can electrocute Snake also. Which doesn't sound too impressive, but we had to make a motion just for that.
That's why it's taking a long time to create.
Yeah.
Ah, Sean, it took so much time creating this level.
No, it's just you gotta put the details in there,
Yeah.
especially for the fans.
Okay, one reason I hate this stage, nothing against personally to you, Sean, is about, the gecko.
Right.
And when you have all these dwarf geckos, kind of like trying to sneak through
Right.
and not even get spotted by the geckos nor the dwarf geckos. And, once you get spotted, you're like hammered.
Yeah. There's a way to do it.
Yeah, tell me in this stage, how
Okay.
how do you do it?
Well, in this stage, of course, at the end, after you finish talking to Otacon and restoring the power to the stage,
Yeah.
you come back up the elevator, and there's a gecko that follows you up.
Yeah.
You're supposed to distract the gecko while Otacon opens the door. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
But there's actually a faster way to get through it, and that is just to destroy the gecko.
Uh-huh.
And so this applies to all the gecko in the game. The weakness is their leg, right? They have very weak legs. So if you aim for the knees, you can actually bring them down. And once they're on their knees and they're on the ground, you can aim at the head. And there's a weak point right at the top of the head. If you equip your solid eye
Yeah.
and look at it, it'll actually show you the weak point
Uh-huh.
and say, shoot here, basically. They kind of have a triangular head.
Yeah.
And if you're looking at it from above, it's kind of in the middle, more or less in the middle.
Yeah.
So if you shoot at that particular area, then you can very quickly take out the gecko. So even using something like your M4 custom or just any type of gun, you can quickly hit the legs and then hit the head right after that, and you can take them down
Wow.
pretty quickly.
Any other gecko episodes?
Well, there's the gecko, and then there's also, as you mentioned, the dwarf gecko.
Yeah, I hate those.
Yeah, you hate that. I think everybody hates the dwarf gecko. But we wanted to add some kind of personality to the stage that was different from everywhere else. And so the idea was you have these dwarf geckos that just kind of swarm out and smother you. But there's a way around these as well. Of course, you can just shoot at them with rapid fire. And that works. If you're trying to sneak by them, you can also use tranquilizer rounds on the dwarf gecko as well.
Really?
But you have to aim for the arms.
Ah, the
So
arms.
yeah, if you hit that orb part in the center,
Yeah.
they'll just realize they're there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They get found. But if you aim very carefully and hit the arms, you can actually incapacitate them.
I always got the feeling that the dwarf geckos are much more, smarter than normal guards and things like that. Just a feeling.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, they're mechanical, so they follow set routes and
Yeah.
like patterns because they're supposed to be a machine. But the thing is, they're very sensitive. They have very good hearing,
Yes.
especially. So you really have to walk slowly while you're around them. If you run by, they'll hear you running. They'll come after you. So. Yeah, I think the key is just to kind of walk slowly. Use your tranquilizer guns to get past particularly challenging areas.
Yeah.
And then also, of course, if you have chaff, you can use a chaff grenade. And that makes things really, really easy.
Well, at the really end of the game, I really kind of gave up and I just ran through the dwarf geckos. Someone told me this technique: just run through it,
Right.
just dive and run through it.
Well, that works.
Yeah, it works. Yeah, because you want to head to the next. Cutscene or whatever,
right.
or the next stage. I just kind of ran through everyone. But anyways, yeah, okay.
Yeah. But if you do fight them though, there is a reward that you can get for taking them out, and you can get a very rare weapon from these dwarf geckos.
Oh, really?
If you destroy enough of them, they'll drop a DE, which is the handgun.
Yeah.
It's a really good handgun.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
a very rare handgun.
Yeah.
And the only enemies that drop them are these dwarf geckos.
I see.
All right. So anyway, from this room now, let's head to the west, and we'll go through this other lab section. So head to the west, and then you'll see a door on the south. So head through that door. And here you'll actually get a call from Otacon, and he's kind of reminiscing on the room, talking about the damage that you did to the control panel.
Yeah.
And yeah, you want to talk about that?
Yeah. Well.
That was actually left in intentionally though.
Really?
Uh-huh.
we were talking about this demo sequence when Otako comes up, and then he kind of has this habit of how do you say it?
He's kind of pushing his glasses up with his finger.
Yeah, even though he doesn't have his glasses
Right,
anymore.
right.
So I asked Sean, was this deliberately made? And the producer Kim made a funny face, saying maybe it was kind of. It's not a bug, is it?
No,
Okay,
it's
okay,
not,
it's
it's
not.
not.
Good. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
no, that's something that a lot of people had issues with. Also, you know, they said, "Is that right?" You know, because he doesn't have glasses, but you know, yes, that was intentional. You know, if anybody who wears glasses, I think they can attest to it. You know, if suddenly you just switch to contacts and you've been wearing glasses all your life, you probably will.
Okay.
Yeah, well, you know, no watch, and then you like
Look at the watch.
keep on, yeah,
Look at the wrist. Your
look at
wrist.
the wrist.
Right.
Sometime. That's,
Okay.
that's the same thing.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought it slipped through the thousands of checking.
No.
Okay. I'm
It's not a bug.
Okay. All right, let's go. Okay, we're in this room. I remember all these papers and things like that.
So let's just head to the south of the room, and at the very southern end of the room, you'll find an item, and this is the Metal Gear 20 Years History,
Oh.
Part 2. So if people who want to relive the music of the Metal Gear series, it's kind of a medley of all the Metal Gear series music strung together in an orchestra format, which is really cool. Okay, so next what we want to do is crawl under this desk at the south end of the room, and then head to the east.
The East Hall
Yeah, you'll find yourself in a hallway.
with the electrifying. This is the electrifying floor, right?
Right. One thing to point out though, on the left here also, if you go to the farthest room on the north, nearest the elevator, people who played the first one, they may remember there's like a Moai statue in the room.
Moai statue.
Moai
Did
statue.
you know that?
No.
No?
Moai statue.
Yeah.
Do you know Moai
So-
statue?
If you head to the north,
Yeah.
and just head to the glass door, number 1,
Room number one.
Room
yeah.
number 1.
Yeah.
and look in there.
Uh-huh.
You'll see that Moai head from Gradius.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Konami's kind of icon.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's still there. Yeah, we actually paid a lot of close attention to that while we were making this. So all the rooms, you know, have the same type of items in them. Anyway, so from this point, backtrack and head to the east. You'll head through this doorway and head into this hallway where you hear a flashback
Uh-huh.
with Ninja, right?
Yes.
From the Ninja sequence in Metal Gear Solid 1.
Yeah, the corridor, or the hall with all the blood, and you know, there's a lot of dead bodies. At that
Right,
time.
right. So we're just gonna head through here and head to Otacon's room, but stop right before you enter the room and actually end here for this session. Because once you enter Otacon's room, you know, there'll be a long cutscene. But we would like to talk about some other things in this stage. You know, people may not realize is, you know, when you are in the cutscene, Otacon asks you to input, you know, the passcode for, you know, the computer. And there's actually several codes that you can put in that aren't actually the correct code. But they'll give you some special bonuses.
Cool.
And so I think we'll go ahead and explain those codes.
Okay. Name one.
Okay, so the first one is 78925.
Uh-huh.
And that'll give you the old LA 2040 music.
Ooh.
So where's that from, Ken?
Police notes, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Police
yeah.
Knots. You know, there is the Police Knots poster
Yeah.
in the room
Yeah,
also.
yeah.
So, you know, I think a lot of people at least kind of heard of Police Knots,
Well,
even if they
yeah.
haven't played it.
I think a lot of Kojima fans know about Police Knots and Snatcher
right.
in general, anyway.
Yeah, Snatcher and Police notes, yeah.
And, well, one more code is another Police Knots song, and that is 13462. People who want to hear the ending song from Police Knots, 13462 is the code for that.
Wow. Well, what happens? I mean, I didn't try this. The tune goes on?
You basically get the iPod track.
Oh, okay,
right?
okay.
So you input this code,
Uh-huh.
and then after the cutscene ends, you know, it returns you to the game, and then you get a message at the bottom of the screen saying that you got
Oh.
that iPod track.
Okay,
So then after
okay.
that, you can go ahead and start up your iPod and listen to it.
Cool.
But you know, one thing to point out is that if you put in these codes, it's actually the wrong code.
Yeah.
So, you know, Otacon will tell you, oh, Snake, you're getting old, you know, you don't remember, and this kind of thing. And, you know, of course, Snake his feelings will be hurt, and
Yeah.
his sight gauge will go down. But, you know, there is actually like a little trick you can do to regain some psych during these cutscenes. Because there are several places where your sight gauge will decrease during
Yeah.
the cutscene.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
if you rapidly press, you know, the circle button, you can actually regenerate
Oh, really?
some of that psych.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Does this apply to every time?
So every cutscene
I
where
mean,
you
like when
see-
Sunny kind of says, "Don't smoke in here," and you're your sight gauge goes
Right,
low,
right.
you could still tap.
Yeah, yeah. So whenever you see the sight gauge start to go down, just start tapping really quick,
Oh,
and you can
You
fight
know
it.
this?
I didn't know this, really.
Oh.
I'm really like, the first time I played MGS4, no one told me anything. I mean, even Otacon was not programmed to give hints. So,
Yeah.
Even Otacon wouldn't help you.
yeah, it was one of the
Just
most...
pop up the screen, but he doesn't talk.
Yeah, he doesn't talk. Or he talks about some other things, right?
Yeah.
Right,
The
right.
program's all screwed up. So that's my first impression. I'm doing my 4th at home recently, very slowly.
Cool, cool. So you have time to properly
Yes.
explore and
Yes.
enjoy everything.
I mean, I'm more relaxed because I know what happens.
Right.
But when it's the first time, I mean, I really enjoyed the first time experience. So I missed a lot of things, like we're explaining in the Integral podcast. Like, this is the detail, that thing. And I think a lot of listeners are same with me, even though they kind of seem to explore everything. What you tell, guys, Ken and Sean, talks on this show, is probably 80% of the people kind of, oh, I didn't know that thing.
Yeah.
If people zip through the game.
Yeah. So definitely, it pays to replay the game.
Yeah.
And actually, for these two particular items, you need to replay the game to get both of them because you can only get one at a time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
During that cutscene, you can only put in one code.
Yes.
So you'll have to get one or the other
Uh-huh.
for these soundtracks. So for people who want to collect all the iPod tracks,
Wow.
they actually have to play through more than once.
I never even thought about trying to collect all these.
Well, there are people who
That's
do.
that's why it's taking a long time
I'm
to
a
do the
Luke.
testing and,
Yeah.
I'm a lukewarm player, I say.
Yeah, and of course we had to debug all of this. Like we had to play it through over and over and make sure like
Cool.
all the flags were set. And,
Yes, cool.
Yeah. So
Okay.
hopefully people will appreciate that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and, one more code just to throw out there. This is something for people who want to have a little bit of help in the game. You can get some extra Drebin points from this password segment also. And the code for that is 14893. And you'll actually get like 100,000 Drebin points from that. So that's a huge bonus.
Yeah.
So for people who want to get that, that's something they can do. If they think they need a little extra help and they want to buy some rare weapons.
All right.
Okay, so then one other thing, we mentioned the Police Nuts poster in the room also, and people will remember from the last stage we pointed out that you could take, pictures of the ghosts in the stage, and this is actually a really good ghost to take a picture of because this is where you can take Hideo Kojima's picture, in ghost form.
Cool.
He's right next to the Police Nuts poster on the left. So for people who want to collect all of the ghostly images throughout Shadow Moses, you can get Director Kojima's picture here.
Yes, this is the biggest one, isn't it? Hideo's ghost picture. Yes, really weird ideas, which is really fun for the fans.
Yeah.
Really weird idea. Okay.
Okay, and one other thing, after you watch the cutscenes and you restore power to the Shadow Moses facility, as we touched on in the last episode, if you return back to the tank hangar and go up to the second floor catwalk,
Yeah.
you'll remember that there was that room that we couldn't get into last time.
Oh, because it's locked.
Right.
Or the power is.
Right,
power's gone.
right.
Yeah.
But it's kind of locked and you can't get in. But this time, you restore the power and the computer system is back up, and Otacon disables all the security, so you can go back there and pick up an iPod track in that room.
Wow.
So people who want to backtrack can go ahead and grab that.
Okay. I know the geckos have these voices, and these are supposed to be the very calm of cicadas and cows
right.
and the moose and things like that.
Right.
And I heard from Hideo at the very beginning of the development when he was thinking about these geckos. He wanted to make, he has always this golden rule of keeping the tension, tightening it, loosening it, tightening it so that the overall tension is really tight.
Right.
So he told me that for these geckos, even they look so kind of like, when you first look at them, they're almost like disgusting, right? Because they're like, you don't know if they're mechanic or animals or,
Right. Kind of creepy.
yeah, they're very creepy. But he said he wanted to create this sound where people kind of, just forget that they're in the war zone or in a battle. And all these cicadas and the, cow sounds supposed to bring you the, how do you say, relaxing mood.
Right.
and these are really, really, nasty guys, the geckos.
Yeah.
And when you're in this relaxing mood, they're really trying to kill you.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true? Was that deliberately made that way?
It was, but I think it's also, it's just a really creepy sound, because it's kind of like, you're up against nature. It's kind of like this wild beast,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And it's not like you said, it's mechanical, but it's organic, and it's kind of scary because it's mooing at you like, making these weird sounds, and so it's definitely something that doesn't feel manufactured like a robot.
Sean, that kind of wraps up this session of Shadow Moses. Did you talk everything you wanted? I mean, it's your...
There's a lot to talk about, but I don't think we have time for that. We only have about half an hour.
We just want to tell everyone that we cut like 3 hours of recording session.
Yeah.
Sean went on and on about his...
Well, he has so much memory and some like good stuff. And
You spent how many years on this?
About 2 years.
2 years,
on
but
Moses,
2
but-
years, but
Times 24 hours, times...
times 24
You know,
hours, times like 7 days a week or something.
Okay. Well, I hate to really cut it, Sean, but we got to go on to our next stage, which is the last stage.
Right, so we'll be moving on to Haven.
Yes.
Yeah, finally. Last stage.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of sad, isn't it?
That's sad.
Yeah, because our integral podcast program is kind of coming to a finale as well.
Yep.
But I think, I guess people will play on and on listening to this podcast whenever they feel like it. For the final, we're going to have probably maybe call a guest or something,
Yeah.
to join, to give us more color details.
Yeah, maybe
On the
we should.
stage.
Yeah, call somebody.
Because the producer doesn't remember anything.
I'm sorry.
And I'm so lukewarm. And Sean's the only guy who can really guide us, so we need some guests. So Ken's gonna bring maybe a guest,
Yeah,
if possible.
I think so. Well, we have some people, who wanted to join this integral podcast.
Right.
So Sean, where's our next meeting point?
So we'll pick up at Haven right after you finish launching onto the ship, and you should be on the ship bow. That's the name of the stage. So just go ahead and save after that cutscene ends, and we'll pick up from there and guide you through Haven.
Great. Okay, well, once again, thanks Sean, and thanks Ken.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And hope we'll meet soon. And it's our final stage that we're going to introduce, which is the Haven. So make sure you play. Well, make sure you play Shadow Moses a lot. Just for sake of Sean.
Yeah.
So play as much as you can in Shadow Moses. Find everything you can, and then we'll meet you in a couple of weeks.
Yep, sounds good.
Well, thanks everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Alright, that's gonna wrap up this edition of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Check back next time for more tips, tricks, and insider info on Metal Gear Solid 4. Brought to you by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima himself. Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo Blog. See you next time. Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode number 10 of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. I'm Sean Eyestone, and once again, I'm here with Aki Saito
Hi everyone.
and Ken Imaizumi.
Hello.
Yeah, so the first thing we're going to do is, as soon as the stage starts, the first thing you want to do is jump into the pause menu. Okay,
So today, where was our meeting point?
we are at Outer Haven, and we are at the beginning of the stage, basically. So right after you catapult onto the ship, and we are on the ship bow. First things first, this stage is full of action. It's very easy to get spotted, and also it's in caution phase from the beginning. So from the outset, you're already in caution mode. So anything you do, if you get spotted or anything like that, it'll trigger an alert, and the alert will basically continue all the way till the end of the stage. So it's going to be pretty difficult for people to get through this particular stage, I think, while listening to the podcast. So if you get spotted, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to start over again. The thing is, it's a very difficult stage. And so our goal this time with this podcast is a little bit different from the earlier stages. What we're going to do is we're just going to try and give people the correct route to get through the stage without getting spotted.
Ooh, that's cool.
Because it's a very difficult stage, and there are a lot of little tricks that you can do to get through the stage that a lot of people may not be aware of.
I never even realized that you could get through without getting spotted.
Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of people actually think that. They think,
It's really, really hard.
Yeah.
But once you know it, and then it's gonna be
Were you able to do it,
easier.
Ken?
Sort of.
Yeah. And that's the producer's call. So anyways, so it's that difficult, right?
Right.
What's really important in order to get through the stage without being spotted is to make sure that your camouflage is really good. Because basically, there's guards everywhere.
Yeah.
And if you don't have your camouflage percentage up to max, you're going to be spotted,
Okay.
So the first thing you want to do is go into your menu, go to camouflage, make sure you have your octo camo equipped, and then also for your face, make sure that you have the face camo equipped as well. And what this will do is it'll enable you to get up to 99% on your camo rate, your camo meter, and that basically means that for the most part, the Haven Troopers will not see you unless they're right on top of you. So as long as you duck down and stay still, you should be okay.
Okay.
All right.
Let's move on, Sean.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
Okay, as soon as you come out of this pause menu, let's put those Haven Troopers to sleep. Okay, so and go down, grab the camo pattern from the floor, and then directly to your left of the start point, you'll see there's a trap door on the ground. So the first thing you want to do is run to this trap door, press triangle, and climb inside very quickly. Alright, so I think a lot of people may not have noticed this trap door because it does kind of blend in with the floor.
Yeah, maybe most of the people think that's a texture pattern.
Right. They see it there, but they don't think maybe that you can go in. But if you go up to it, you actually see the triangle icon comes up, which means that you can use triangle, use your action.
Did you know this,
timing.
Aki?
No. I kind of just went through the left side and tried to avoid those Haven Troopers coming. And I didn't even notice. Well, first of all, I didn't put on my face camo to start with. But anyways.
Okay, now you know, so.
Yes,
Now
but
you know.
I think everyone starts battling right from the start.
Yeah, majority of the people, I think,
Yeah.
too.
Right.
Okay.
So we're in this duct now. What this is it basically connects the east and west sides of the ship bow. So from here, we can crawl to the west,
Wow.
and you'll crawl under the bow. If you look up, you can see there's a grate above you, and you can see the Haven Troopers patrolling above. So be careful not to make any noise, because if you do, they'll hear you. As you crawl through, you'll get this iPod music. So let's keep on going. Continue on through the duct. You'll come to another opening, and here you'll get an RPG-7.
Cool.
Pick that up and continue on. Climb up this slope. And when you get to the top of the slope, it kind of opens up, and you'll see a trap door on the ceiling, kind of in the center of this square room, I guess you could say. So press triangle under that trap door, and you'll climb out. So as soon as you climb out, careful, because you'll see Haven Troopers jumping down to the south. So just kind of crouch behind this container-looking thing and wait for them to finish their patrol route. Okay, so once the one ahead of you starts jumping away, sneak around to the other side, then check left and right, make sure there's nobody here, then run ahead.
Wow, this is really challenging, isn't it?
Yeah, it's best to keep crouched also as you do this.
Yeah.
And you'll see this canvassed container. Kind of,
Yeah,
it's like a
container.
canvassed
Yeah.
wall. So just kind of hide behind here for a bit and wait for the patrols to pass by.
I see.
Yeah. And one thing to point out also is that I think a lot of people maybe take the threat ring for granted. But in this stage, you really should pay attention to your threat ring because it's very useful. You can see where the enemies are in relation to Snake and know which direction they're coming from. So definitely pay attention to the threat ring as you're going through.
Yeah.
And so what we want to do is just go to this wall, take the octo camo, and then crouch down. At this point, your camo percentage should be at 99%. So when the Haven Troopers come around this corner, they will basically pass right by you. Unless you move or something, they won't be able to see you. So just don't draw any attention to yourself. And I think a lot of people freak out at this point because they see the Haven Troopers coming, like, oh god, and they try to attack or something. But the best thing to do is just stay still and let them walk past.
Wow, that's 99%. What happens if you don't have the face camo?
If you don't have the face camo, your camo percentage will be lower,
Yeah.
and you probably will be spotted.
Oh.
So yeah,
I
definitely
see.
make sure you
So
have the
you
face
have
camo.
you have to wear.
Yes.
face camo.
Wow,
Okay,
okay.
so when they start turning away,
Uh-huh.
start walking away, then that's your chance. So move around this container,
Uh-huh.
and then you'll see a ladder right on the other side.
Yes.
So let's climb up this ladder. When you get to the top, you can climb off to the left onto this balcony, and then there's another ladder here. So pick up the
Arsenal.
item, the arsenal compress, then climb up the ladder. And then at the top of the ladder here, you know, it looks like it doesn't go anywhere, right? It's just kind of like a dead end. But actually, if you look to the right of the ladder, you'll see that there is actually a rail here,
Yeah.
and you can actually climb onto this rail.
Ooh.
So while you're on the ladder,
Yes.
press to the right, and you'll climb up onto this rail and inch your way along. Move along the rail until you get over the second balcony, kind of to your right, and drop down onto that. And you'll get some railgun ammo.
Wow, okay.
You'll hear some Haven troopers jumping down, so be careful. Next thing we want to do is jump from this balcony onto that duct that you see kind of to your west, southwest. So we'll jump onto that duct as soon as you get on. You know, crouch down, get your octocam again, make sure the coast is clear.
We're gonna try to stay under this
Yeah,
duct.
so just stay on the top of this duct and follow it. You know, curves and heads to the south. So just keep on following this. And while you're on here, you'll notice that a Haven trooper actually drops down right above you. And you can tell this by looking at the shadow on the ground. Right. So this is a a really valuable strategy here in Haven, because you have these Haven troopers that just kind of they can jump anywhere, right? They can jump really high, and they'll just suddenly drop down out of nowhere. So what you want to do is really keep an eye on the shadows. All the catwalks here allow light to pass through, and so you want to keep an eye out for those shadows to see if the Haven troopers are jumping down. And we actually did a lot of balancing here to make sure that you could see these shadows.
I see.
Because we don't want people to just get suddenly found without any way of knowing that they're going to be found. So yeah, this is the method. Just keep an eye on the shadows.
This is very useful tips.
Yeah, this time it's a lot of practical game tips.
Very real sneaking.
Yeah.
game.
True.
Okay, so when the coast looks clear, jump across onto this balcony and quickly run around the corner. Okay, so you should have jumped across the balcony that's across the duct. It's on the west side. So jump onto that balcony, then run on the corner, and you can then jump onto another duct. When you're around the corner, there's going to be a ladder, but you don't want to climb down that ladder. What you want to do is actually jump onto this other duct that's right on the other side of the ladder.
Yeah.
So we'll do that, and that's to the west.
Okay.
So jump into the duct, and crouch down, and you'll see that it looks like a dead end, but there's actually, if you crawl, you can actually crawl under this fence here,
Yeah.
along the top of the duct.
Yes.
So go ahead and do that. You should be heading to the south.
Yes. We're heading to the south.
Right.
Oh.
And to your left here, you'll see there's a PSS handgun. So people who want to pick that up can go ahead and pick that up.
Okay.
But otherwise, what you want to do is head straight ahead till you get to the end of this duct. Ahead of you, you'll see some Haven troopers patrolling. So be careful, don't jump down yet. Wait until the coast is clear. And what we're going to want to do is, as soon as these Haven troopers turn away, we're going to press toward the end of the duct and press triangle to swing down. Okay, so triangle, swing down, it should be hanging. And while you're hanging, press and hold X, and you'll drop down and lay down on the ground right below where you dropped.
Cool.
Okay, so get that octo camo. And then now, from here, you see there's a pillar kind of behind you with R3 written on it. You want to go to that pillar, press up against it. And there's actually like a little gap between this pillar and this container. And we want to go through that gap. So press up against the pillar and go through that gap. You'll kind of slide through. And be careful, because on the other side here, you'll see that there are Haven troopers patrolling and looking for you, as well as a gecko.
Yes. In the middle,
Right,
right?
yeah, in the center area. So be very careful here. It's very easy to get spotted. When the coast looks clear,
Oops.
just kind of crouch down. Make sure you got your 99%. Okay, so climb down to this trapdoor, and you'll be once again in another duct. And what you want to do is crawl to the other side of the bow now. Keep on going.
So this duct method
Okay,
is
another
really
option.
useful for going from east to west, is it?
Right, east to west and west to east.
Yeah, I mean
So-
right side or
right,
left side.
Right, so basically the right or the left side of the ship.
Uh-huh. Is really, really handy, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Then when you get to the other side, just go underneath that trapdoor and press triangle to climb up. And as soon as you climb up here, just lay down, get the octo camo pattern from the ground here. Just try to keep your camo at 99% as much as possible. Then you round the corner here. There may be some Haven troopers patrolling here, so be very careful as you go through. At this point, it's probably a good idea to have your Mark II tranquilizer equipped. So just in case you see any guards, you can take them out. Because at this point, there are a lot of Haven troopers wandering around, and it's very easy to get spotted. The other thing is that there's a sniper. So as you're heading to the south, right now we just got out of the trapdoor, we're going to head to the south. And as you're heading to the south, just kind of crawl along and look up, because at the south, you'll see there's a wall. And at the top of that wall, there's actually a sniper. We want to take her out. Okay, so once she's asleep, it's safe to move on. What we're doing now is we're just going to head to the south. So basically just, sneak along to the south. Keep an eye on your right-hand side because there's a gecko in that center area, so don't get spotted. When you get around to the southern wall, just kind of stop and look to the right. Make sure nobody's there. And we kind of hide behind this pillar here. And wait for the coast to clear. You'll see a Haven trooper on the other side. And there's also the gecko here. So, if you want, you can put that Haven trooper to sleep. You don't have to, but it might make things a little bit easier. Although it's kind of hard because there's explosions going off everywhere. Once the coast looks clear, just kind of run out behind these boxes. The basic strategy here is if you see a Haven trooper, just put them to sleep to be on the safe side, because it is really tough.
Just
And
makes much
it
easier.
makes it much easier. And there's the gecko in the center, so we're already having enough problems just avoiding the gecko, so just try and put the Haven troopers to sleep.
Right.
And that way you can just focus on the gecko.
So we're almost there because we're trying to aim for the door.
Hey, be careful because gecko may drop down, or maybe Haven troopers stay low. And when the coast looks clear, it looks like you're safe, quickly run over to the door, press triangle, and just jam on the button really quick. Like your life depends on it, because it does. And once the door's open, run in. Go around this corner here. And there you go.
Wow.
Whoa.
I'm impressed, Sean. All right. Now this was really, for me, the first time I played it. I got spotted, but I didn't care. I was tapping the triangle button.
Right.
I got killed by a gecko.
Yeah, it's really hard if you're in alert phase and you're trying to open that thing, because you have to stand there and turn it.
Yes.
And the gecko's shooting at you, all the Haven troopers are shooting at you.
But I thought that once I open the door and get inside, it'll be okay.
Right.
But it wasn't. You
Right,
have to go
right.
all the way inside. So I died. The moment I kind of opened the door, I was like, oh yeah, I got it. But then I died.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a kind of trap, because people who get used to there's like a classical game,
Yes.
like once you go to the next level,
Yes.
You're safe.
Right.
But, this is not.
Everyone used to do that all the time in MGS1. Like for instance, when you go through the duct
Right.
and it's the loading sequence, you're okay. Or you go past the checkpoint and now you're okay. Things like that.
Right,
We're
right.
used to that. But this didn't work.
Right.
Okay, Sean, let's go on to other tips and tricks.
Okay, so people may remember that back in South America, we discussed rare camouflage patterns that you could gather in the game. Well, one of those patterns is right here. So if you look outside
Yeah.
towards that center area where the gecko is walking around, you'll see that there's that lift, and around that lift platform, that elevator platform, there's a red and white striped barrier. And if you lay down on top of that barrier, you can actually get a very rare camouflage pattern that you can only get here.
Really?
Yeah. And it's pretty neat, so people who want to try that should go ahead and grab that and save it into their camo pattern.
That's good.
That's cool.
You know, one other thing, since we're here in Haven,
Yes.
let's talk about Haven Troopers, right? Because that's the only enemies here besides the gecko. You know, you fought Haven Troopers before, you know, in the Middle East and all along the way, right before a boss fight and things like that. But in this stage, there's a lot of Haven Troopers, and it's, you know, it can be really challenging to do battle with them. And one thing, for people who haven't tried it, I'd encourage them to try and use CQC on the Haven Troopers.
Really?
Yeah. But, you know, the one thing that people may be aware of is if you do it from the front, they can actually counter your CQC.
Ooh, cool.
So you always have to do it from the back if you want to, you know, catch them. But it might be fun to just to do it from the front anyway, because they have a really cool animation that they do when you do it from the front and they counter you. And I think, you know, what happens is most people try and get out of it as soon as they get caught by that counter. So they only see the beginning of it, where basically they kind of use this cord to try and start strangling him, right? And I think, you know, at that point, most people just kind of like, you know, jam on the buttons and, you know, get out of it. But if you let it go, there's actually 3 stages to that entire animation. And it's pretty cool. So, you know, you're going to die if you do it, but you know, it might be worth taking a look at. But
Very painful.
very
though.
painful. I heard that, you know,
Looks
that
very painful.
the animator was just under a lot of stress when they requested this animation.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like their way of, you know, taking their stress out. Take it out on Snake.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, and one more CQC tip regarding, this is not just the Haven Troopers, but, you know, it's pretty effective on the Haven Troopers, is if you grab them in CQC, you can, you know, spin them around and use them as a human shield and hold them hostage.
Yeah.
And so in order to do that, you want to grab them with, you know, of course, your CQC button using the right R1 button. And then while you're holding them, press and hold L1
For the handgun.
for the handgun.
Yeah.
And you'll pull out your handgun and you'll be holding them while you're holding your handgun out. You can hold them hostage.
Yes.
And the other Haven Troopers won't attack you. So that's a useful strategy whenever you're fighting the Haven Troopers in the command center or Advent Palace or, you know, Wolf Battle, things like that.
Right, right.
Yeah.
But will the gecko care?
The gecko won't care. The gecko will still mow you down, but the Haven Troopers will. They don't want to kill each other, so that works.
Okay.
And if you're having a hard time doing CQC because of this, you know, CQC counter, there's a way to get through it. You know, people who play fighting games may use this strategy a lot in fighting games where you kind of like do a short jab before you do a big move.
Right.
And you know, it works in Metal Gear as well. So before you grab them using CQC, just kind of tap on the R1 lightly, and you do a jab, and that just kind of throws them off balance. And then you go and hold down R1, and then Snake will grab them, and then you can go into you know, CQC.
Yeah.
CQC grab.
So one jab,
Yeah.
and then
So jab,
CQC.
then grab. Yeah.
This is useful for all enemies.
Yeah.
For CQC, right?
Well, you know, for most enemies, you don't really need it.
That's true.
You know, but the Haven
For a
Troopers,
Haven
because they
Trooper,
have that
yeah.
The
counter.
counter. Yeah. Okay.
All right, so once you enter this door and run to the end of the hall, you'll see there's the elevator at the end here. And once you go in there, of course, the elevator will activate and you'll go down and go to the next stage, the boss battle with Screaming Mantis. So I think we will wrap it up here.
Okay. Well, basically, we took the shortest route, right?
Right, well, it's not necessarily the shortest, but it's the fastest way to get through without being spotted.
I see. I
Right.
see. So this is Kojima Productions kind of recommended.
Yeah, so this-
Fastest and not getting spotted.
Right, so this is kind of like the route that we had in mind when we were making the stage. So there are other routes, of course, but you know, this is kind of like the optimal route
Right.
to get through.
So tell me, Sean, when Kojima Productions create a stage like this, do you actually create the correct one first?
Basically, well, you know, we always have a route in mind when we're creating things, and then, you know, the process kind of goes where we block things in. You know, we just do really rough models, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And just kind of have a rough model, and just kind of test the gameplay first. You know, seeing, okay, what kind of routes does it look like there are, and if possible, we also plan more than one route. So, you know, we don't necessarily say, okay, it's this route or nothing, right? We always plan to have at least 2 different ways to get through the stage.
Yes.
And then usually there's a lot more. Like if you look at, you know, the Middle East, Eastern stage or South America, I mean, there's just a lot of options you can take. You know, you can ally yourself with the militia, you can sneak through, you can run and gun. I mean, there's a lot of options,
Yes.
and even within those options, there's a lot of different paths you can take. And so, yeah, basically we think all that through, you know, ahead of time, and just kind of, you know, say, okay, this is the type of gameplay that we want for this stage. You know, we want we want this area to be tense, so we'll have some guards here. Maybe, since we're getting spotted, okay, put a box here. Okay, we'll hide behind this box. And then also tweaking things like the octo camo. So saying, okay, it's really hard here. There's not really many places to hide. Let's make it so that you can go along this wall, and the octo camo will be, pretty good. Things like that.
So Sean and his team and then playing the stage like over and over, and I figured out there was there was a good balance.
Right.
So they basically make the right route from the beginning, but they played so many times, and they might change some routes, and and they figured out what's the best.
Right.
But don't you get kind of like confused because you know everything at all? So
Well, then we also have test plays, within the office also, because that does happen. After you're working on your own stage, of course you know how to get through it, but nobody else does. So what seems obvious to you, because of course you're making it, right? Like, okay, well, you can do this. A lot of people may not realize you can do it.
yeah, like the trap door.
Right. And so, we have test plays within the office where everybody on the team kind of plays each other's stages and offers feedback, saying, okay, maybe it could be more like this, or, I got spotted here, felt this was unfair, maybe can you change it this way? And basically we just, offer feedback on each other's stages and just, go from there and bring the quality level up.
Yeah, make, break.
Right. And a lot of times, sometimes we have to change things quite a bit, because sometimes the route that we thought would work, like this is the route that we wanted. But then when you actually do it, it's like, well, maybe it's not as fun as you thought it would be, so you kind of have to go back and redesign. And there's no real quick way to get through it, because it's a game, and until you start playing it, putting in the enemies, and seeing how everything interacts with each other, it's hard to tell whether it'll work or not.
I see.
Yeah, and sometimes the route is okay, but when you play through the whole game, it's okay, but it's sounds like a little boring. I mean, the piece of the route, the gameplay was okay, but play through the whole game, and it seems like a little dull or something, and then they might have to change some gameplay and stuff.
Then another thing too is talking about going through the whole game is we also look at pacing. So we don't try to put back-to-back action all the time, right?
Yeah.
You want kind of that rhythm where there's action and then it kind of falls off, and you have a little bit of silence, and then more action again. It slowly builds up, towards the climax. And,
Right.
So that's kind of how we balance the stages. Start off maybe with some action, and then after that it's a little bit quiet, and then you get to say Eastern Europe, and it's just totally sneaking, different type of gameplay. Then you go to Moses, and it's kind of silent and nostalgic before the big climax at the end. So yeah, just take everything into account.
I see. So then you might have to rework because the whole balance is tweaked this way or that way.
So maybe you do it and it works okay, by itself, but maybe it doesn't fit into the overall rhythm of the game. So sometimes you have to go back and tweak that. And then little things like the shadows in this level and things like that, right? So, a lot of people were getting found, so we're like, well, what can we do? And they were like, oh, well, we got this wonderful lighting system where, everybody casts shadows. Let's make everything, the catwalks great, and make it so you can see the shadow.
And not to mention the Hideo Kojima check that you have.
Right, of course.
That you face every day.
Yes, he's very strict.
Very, famous. I guess everyone knows, looking at the Making DVD, that he makes notes all the time.
Right.
And then he just passes them around, right? He says,
His
it's
trademark.
really hard to read.
Yeah. His
handwriting.
trademark handwriting. That's kind of sparkly pen that he uses.
Right. It's really cute.
Yeah.
Like a Japanese, like a junior high school student, girl junior high school student, use those kind of pen.
But it's almost
It's
impossible.
really cute, but cute pen's color, but there's a sentence. The meaning is very, sometimes a little harsh.
Yeah.
So
Fix this. What the hell is this?
with the cutie pen.
Yeah.
okay, Sean. We went through, the first half of Act 5, and what else can we expect in our future Integral podcast?
Today we have some sad news.
Sad news.
Sad news, yes. Unfortunately, the next episode of the Integral podcast will actually be our last episode.
Yay!
Oh, no!
Yes!
That's horrible.
We made it! We made it!
Yes, we finished safely.
Finally.
Okay, you're finally done, yes. Yeah, it's great. So be sure to tune in for that. And, we'll have a special guest next time.
Special guest.
Yep. We'll have our lead sound guy coming in, Kojin, because we had some mail some comments on the webpage
Yeah.
as well, that people were really impressed by the sound in Metal Gear Solid 4, and they wanted to hear, about the making of the sound. So we're gonna call our lead sound guy
Okay.
to come in and talk about the sound in Metal Gear Solid 4.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. That will be fun.
It will be fun.
Right. So, where's our meeting point?
Meeting point is wherever you want to meet.
This is going to be a kind of a nice talk show.
Right. It's going to be a completely free talk. We're just going to talk about the sound in the game in general. So it's not going to be about any particular stage per se. We're probably going to touch on a little bit of everything. So yeah, just feel free to load it wherever you want to load it, and load up your podcast, and we'll go from there.
Okay. So next episode, we'll meet at anywhere you want.
Right.
Yes. Anywhere you want. Anywhere you want. Okay, and that wraps up this episode of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that's gonna wrap up this edition of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Check back next time for more tips, tricks, and insider info on Metal Gear Solid 4. Brought to you by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima himself. Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo Blog. See you next time. Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
All right, hello everybody, and welcome to episode number 11 of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. I'm your host, Sean Icestone, and as always, I'm here with Aki Saito.
Hi, everyone.
And producer, Ken Imaizumi.
Hello. Hello, guys.
Oh, everybody, today is our last episode.
Yes.
No,
Finally.
You said that the last time. I'm sad.
Yes.
Final episode.
Yes. Yes. Finally. Finally.
That's horrible. No.
No, we're kidding. We're kidding.
No, but yeah, we're really glad that we made it to the end safely.
Well, that's what I meant.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
I mean,
Yeah. But we wish we could do the all stage. We
Totally.
We just
Everything.
did everything we should.
Mhm.
Yeah, we wanted to do that. We wish we could.
I mean, ideally, we would go from beginning to end every single stage.
No,
covered,
I don't
but-
think that's a good idea.
Okay, well,
Well, I
except
think-
for
I
Aki.
think-
But
No, I think the listeners are sick and tired of listening to us,
No,
especially
maybe-
these three guys.
He doesn't have love for Metal Gear.
Yes, I do. I'm just thinking about the listeners. We're like, Sean and me and Ken talking all the time, 24 hours. Like,
shut up already.
Yeah. We should have done that.
Yeah,
We
but
should've done
that's why we have the KP report with Christine Kugler.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
That's
Beauty and
The Beast.
Beast.
That's true. That's true. But well, we did a lot, didn't we?
We did. Yeah, I mean, we didn't cover every single stage, but we went through all the different areas, and we picked out, I think, a lot of interesting areas, and in the middle we kind of jumped back and forth a little bit, which we're sorry about, but I think we managed to cover a good deal of material, and response has been good. So yeah, I think we did a good job.
That's good.
Okay, so today, for the final episode of our Integral Podcast, we'll do something a little bit special, and we've been building up all these comments on our page, and, email and all this kind of stuff. So I think we're going to read one from a very dedicated fan who's actually written to us several times.
Oh, okay.
This is from Sergio Oliva. Yes.
Oliver.
From Canada.
From Canada. Okay.
Yes. So Sergio says, I'm glad that you spoke about the sound in the Integral Podcast 8. The sound of the train station in Prague and the Resistance guy whistling. That was awesome information. That's the kind of information that I want to hear in these podcasts. The crew behind the greatest PS3 game there is.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you, Sergio. Great job, Mr. Sotaro Kojima and sound crew. I am an aspiring sound designer myself, and I admire the sound designer's work in Metal Gear Solid 4. I especially love the Octo Camo sound.
Octocam.
Octo Camo, yeah.
Wow, he's a big fan of.
Sotaro Kojima.
Yeah.
And so today, we're pleased to welcome our first guest, first and final guest on the Integral Podcast.
Yes.
So we have Mr. Sotaro Tojima, our sound director.
Yeah.
Here today.
Nice to meet everyone.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Sotaro Tojima, sound director of Metal Gear Solid 4. I'm very honored to be here.
Cool. Okay, so We don't call him Mr. Tajima.
Yeah, that's the thing. Kojima Productions, everybody has these nicknames, right? I mean, you're Aki. Well, Ken's Ken.
Yeah, that's
but,
true.
But yeah, everybody has these nicknames. And so Tojima-san is actually called Tojin.
Yes.
Tojin.
Tojin.
So we all call him Tojin.
Tojin, yeah. Anyways.
All right, so finally we have a guest.
Finally, okay.
Finally a guest on the Integral Podcast. And by the way, Tojin, do you speak English?
Oh no, my English is not so good.
Okay.
But we'll overcome bad situation with using our sound technologies.
Cheating.
Cheating.
Yeah.
No, we can't say cheating. It's
No.
sound magic.
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 Yes.
Magic cheating.
So we're going to use sound technology. So he's going to use his sound director magic. So for all the people listening right now, you're listening to, Tojin speaking in English, but, we're talking to him maybe in some other language.
So it's this sound magic, right?
Yes, it's the magic of sound.
Yes.
He is really popular in the Japanese Hide-chan radio
That
as
is
well.
true. That
He
is
doesn't speak. He doesn't speak at all. His key is really known for laughing.
Really?
It's the Tojin laugh. This.
Oh, there it is.
All right.
All right, well, so I guess we'll move on with the interview. So first of all, okay, Tojin, you were the sound director on Metal Gear Solid 4. So how is it that you came to participate in Metal Gear Solid 4, and how long have you been with Kojima Productions?
Actually, I was a composer at Konami for some time.
Oh, really?
But I didn't join Kojima Production until MGS2. My first role was the scene where Ocelot tries to kill Snake and sink the tanker.
Yeah, I remember that. Very memorable scene. So what kind of relationship did you have with Mr. Kojima?
We worked together during post-production. And by coincidence, I learned that we were from the same hometown.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that.
So we kicked it off well.
Cool. So you did this podcast, and then you got into sound directing. So I guess, just for the people out there who may not know, what exactly does a sound director do?
Yeah. You really want to know. I mean, I don't specifically know either. I mean, what do you do? What do you do, Tojin?
Basically, I convey Mr. Kojima's sound vision to the sound team.
Right. So it's like, talking to Mr. Kojima and getting his ideas and kind of coming up with all the details, right? That's basically what it is, like the specific plan for how the sound is going to be.
So he's going to kind of have to lay out kind of almost a blueprint of what everyone has in his mind.
Exactly.
And then lay it out on kind of paper or, for people to
kind of bring
understand.
it together into some kind of document so everybody
yeah.
can be on the same page, and know what they're doing. That's cool. And so you did all this sound stuff, and then, we're on the iPod right now in the game, and this actually was your idea as well, right?
Yes, that's right. Originally, it was an online sound player. But since Mr. Kojima is such a big Apple fan, we decided to go with iPod.
Well, that's true. I mean, even back then when we started the project, everyone had iPods, iPod Touch.
Yes.
I think the iPhone wasn't there at the time still.
Yeah, that was still back in the day of the video iPod?
Yeah, even maybe before that. Well,
before that?
Yeah, when
was
this? It was definitely after the second gen or third gen iPod.
Right.
A lot of people were starting to get it. I mean, especially in Japan.
Yeah, but I think it's a really cool thing because he has a music player, and it's a music player that probably a lot of listeners have. Like people are playing the game, they probably have an iPod, so something they can relate to. They can relate to Snake and his item in the game. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Okay.
So is there anything like that you in particular, really paid close attention to and that you really put a lot of effort into?
Yes, actually the song "The Best Is Yet to Come" in Shadow Moses.
Yeah.
So that was really cool because we did work together a lot on that. Because it was kind of tricky because things you have these enemies, wandering around, and if you get spotted, how do you handle that? You don't want this song playing while people are shooting at you. So yeah, that was really a challenge. And
it's your stage, right?
Tojin, he gave us he gave us a lot of good advice on how to put that song in there and make it feel good, and kind of scale back the enemies a little bit to make it just get that atmosphere perfect.
Wow, it seems like a kind of a simple stage. A lot of people think Shadow Moses is the easiest stage,
Yeah,
right?
right,
Because
right.
there is already a base.
Right.
Listening to all this, the previous, Integral podcast and the shows, I kind of find out I should play a little bit more
Yeah.
and not skip through it.
And I think, the thing with that is too, is like because it existed already, like trying to reuse that same area is actually challenging.
I think I said this before,
Yeah.
but a lot of people kind of, have good memories. You know what I'm trying to say? I mean, people expect a normal, natural upgrade.
Right.
But if you look at MGS1, if you look back, you see that it's technically not as high as
Totally.
today. But people expect that, right?
Right,
So
right.
it's quite difficult. But anyways, okay, other than Shadow Moses, but MGS4 in general, what's the sound concept that you had when you started creating sound for Metal Gear Solid 4?
My goal was to create movie quality level of immersion in the game's sound.
So,
So really have movie quality sound in the real-time game. So, is there any particular scene that you feel that, you really achieved this, deep sense of, movie-like immersion where you're really successful?
Yes, I think we did a really good job with the Middle Eastern battle scenes.
oh, the actual start.
It's like, just that whole war zone
Yeah.
towards the beginning. It's the Middle Eastern war zone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
that,
okay.
yeah, that was really cool.
Well, that was actually shocking, wasn't it?
So what, I guess, what techniques did you use to kind of create that really immersive sound for the war zone?
In addition to the background stream sound effect, we used what I call a Senjo stream.
Senjo stream. Senjo stream. So that's like that'd be a battlefield sound stream?
Yes.
Battlefield, war zone.
A war zone sound stream.
So this goes on top of the
Right.
normal.
So you have your background and you have the sound effects, and then in addition to that, there's this special war zone
Senjo streaming.
Senjo stream.
Yeah.
So what exactly is this Senjo stream?
Yeah. I mean,
You guys wanna hear it?
Okay. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Wow. Oh, that's some pretty extreme sound effects. Like listening to this right now, it's really impressive. I mean, it really sounds really good. But does this ever get in the way of the gameplay or anything like that? Having all this sound, explosions and gunshots and things like that.
Yes, but I was careful not to have gunshot too close to the player, so that it would not confuse the player.
Ah, okay. Wow, I didn't realize that.
you did?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Did you?
No, of course not.
I mean, yeah, it just sounds so natural. Just when you get into a fight, you just hear all these gunshots. I didn't realize that was, a completely separate track.
Well, I didn't know about the Senjo stream either.
Normal game sound effects like da 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 dun, da 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 dun, da 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 dun don't have enough variation. So Senjo stream was added to create more realism, like dun da dun, da dun da dun, dun dun dun.
Okay, that's really cool. Yeah, because I think that's something that I think stands out also. Like even when we first had the first playable at TGS, after talking to people who had a chance to play it and they listened to it and played the game, I think that's something that everybody said, that the sound was of the war zone.
Yeah, well, I
was really
remember
immersive.
we specifically try to highlight a lot of people to concentrate on the sound, so we set headphones.
Right.
Not a lot of Tokyo Game Show or E3 whatever don't really do that, right? But Tojin, I remember he insisted we have to have sound so that people could go into it
Yeah.
and feel the sound. And I guess it's right. He said that because he and his team did all this effort, right?
Yeah.
So, Tojin, what's your team like? I mean, Metal Gear Solid 4 sound team. Well, what's the team like?
It's a very talented team of about 10 people. It is divided into composers, sound designers, and sound programmers.
Cool. So yeah, you guys work really close with the programmers and scripters, and I remember this too, that you did actually go into the script and do things yourselves also, which which is really cool. And I think that's why we're able to get that really immersive level of sound. Because the sound designers had like total control over everything. which is kind of unusual. Okay, so yeah, so you got this internal sound team, which is really great. But I think a lot of people also, when they think of Metal Gear, they think of collaborations with these really big name composers like Harry Gregson Williams or like Christopher Boyes from Skywalker Ranch and things like that. So can you comment on that at all?
Yes, they are very talented professional. I was very honored to work with them. They really inspired me and the team.
I remember this part with Harry and Tojin. We came up early. We came in early in the morning and did like video conference with Harry in LA.
Of course,
Tojin in Tokyo.
Time difference, of course,
Yeah,
right? So
yeah.
that's really early in the morning.
Exactly. Yeah, I remember.
Okay, well, Tojin, it's a integral podcast, so I want to hear some tips. I mean, like, can you introduce a kind of a tune that you think that no one could find it?
Okay, in the Middle East, right before the scene with Johnny in the ballet, you can get an iPod track by crawling under the wall on your left before you jump down from the collapsed building.
All right, everybody got that? So go ahead and look for that iPod track. All right, well, unfortunately, I think we're out of time for today.
Aww.
But, so Tojin, before we go, do you have anything else that you want to say to the fans out there before we sign off this final podcast?
Since it is the last mission for our beloved Solid Snake, I just really would be happy if people could turn up the volume and listen to the game the way it was meant to be listened to.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Tojin.
That was Tojin, everybody. Let's give him a hand.
So I think we have to wrap this up. I want Tojin's laugh.
Okay. Yeah, by popular demand, we need the Tojin laugh.
I think everyone
Yeah,
wants to hear
I think
Tojin
so.
laugh.
Okay. Thank you.
Great.
Bye.
Thanks, Tojin. See ya. So since it's the last, integral podcast that's going to be in Metal Gear Solid 4, do you guys have any particular memories or, I mean, we had a lot of fun making the game and doing this podcast, and hope everybody had as much fun playing it and listening. So, but do you guys have anything in particular that really stands out as like a memorable moment?
Well, doing this podcast and knowing a lot of details about, a lot of things, I kind of take back my word that I don't like the stages you worked on. Which was Shadow
Thank you,
Moses.
Aki.
Right now, I'm playing at home again,
Okay.
Shadow Moses stage, and I'm kind of remembering everything you said and Ken said about, take a photo here or sneak here.
Yeah, and his wife.
Yeah.
I think we cut that.
So it brings me, even myself doing the show brings me back, special memories of, oh, we talked about this, or this is really cool. There's so much effort here, and to me, it changed totally, the impression of even how I play the game, even as one of the people in the company, associated in this work.
Cool.
But I think people should kind of really listen to this and go back to their favorite stages, and you'll probably have a totally different view of it.
Yeah, totally.
Right.
What about you, Ken?
Me?
Yeah, MGS4.
Well,
you don't want to think about it?
It's a good memory, of my 4 years since 2005. We started the Metal Gear Solid 4 project, and it was really tough project. We had so many problems, and some people might know, some people watched the making of video, and we had a problem, each like a month, or we have a huge problem.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we gotta solve those problems, and just like we're running like full speed, like for 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people in the game industry, they have, crunch time. It felt like Metal Gear Solid 4 was crunch time all the time.
Full 4 years,
Yeah.
it's crunch time. And then we finally finished it. But then I look back this, Metal Gear Solid 4 and then check all details, one more time. And then I was kind of like, oh, it looks totally different. It's so beautiful.
Totally,
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean, because when you're in there, it's kind of like that whole, you don't see the forest for the trees,
Right.
kind of thing. You're so deep into making the game that you can't really step back and take a look at it. But yeah, now that it's been about a year after we released it, going back and playing it, while we do this Integral podcast, it's really nostalgic and brings back a lot of memories.
It's totally different.
And I can play it as a game,
Right.
rather than as a developer, which is a lot of fun. And for the final episode, I think we should just talk about things that maybe some secrets or tips maybe that maybe people may have missed, maybe like the bosses or just little secret things here and there. There's a lot of secret stuff in the game, and of course we can't cover it all. We tried going through all the stages, but we can't cover everything. And
What's the thing that we didn't say? I mean,
there's a lot of stuff that we didn't say.
I mean, the secret tips.
Oh, for example,
Yeah.
like getting through. Like, do you know you can collect figures of the bosses?
Figures.
Figures, like statues.
Like a statue figures.
In the Nomad,
In the Nomad.
you can give figures to Sunny.
Right. You defeat the boss
Yeah.
in some way.
Yeah.
And you can get the figure statue at that stage.
Yep.
Not the mask.
Not only
Well,
that.
there is the mask also. So I think we never really explained that, how they can get this kind of
Right,
stuff.
right.
So
That would be good.
And it's something they can use throughout the entire game, because you can do it on any boss.
Right.
For the whenever there's the Beauty and the Beast and you fight them, of course it's Metal Gear, so you don't have to kill them. You can use non-lethal forms of combat. And of course there's the kill count in the game, and of course you can get through without killing anybody and things like that. And even more than that, the thing is with the beast form of the boss, even if you use your regular weapons, it won't count as a kill. But you still get something for using non-lethal combat on the beasts. And what that is you actually get a figure. So you fight the boss, right? And then you use some non-lethal form of combat, whether it's tranquilizers or whatever, and then you defeat them, and then after that the beauty battle starts, right?
Yeah.
They come out of the suit, and at that point, somewhere in the stage, there'll be a figure hidden somewhere. So if you look around,
Yeah,
you can
find
find
out.
like a statue of wolf or a statue of octopus. Yeah.
I didn't know.
And also, I think some people may have found those, maybe, for the beasts.
Yeah.
But there's also a statue for the Haven Troopers as well.
Where can you find them?
You remember the first Integral podcast where we were talking about Advent Palace?
Yeah.
Well, right after that, where our podcast left off, there's, of course, that battle with the Haven Troopers.
Yes. Yes.
And if you use non-lethal combat there, at the end, when you drop down to that basement area, that kind of parking garage area,
Yeah.
you can find a statue of the Haven Troopers there.
Well, that's a real tough one, isn't it? I mean,
It is pretty
the
tough.
first
Yeah.
battle, right?
Mhm.
You don't expect to use tranquilizer guns and things like that. You want to mash through.
Yeah, yeah. It's a really good way to challenge yourself.
Right.
For people who beat it once, and then they want to go back and collect all the items, or maybe try a different challenge. That's a really good thing to do. So
Not that hard though.
it depends.
Okay.
If you do it on like Big Boss Extreme or
Oh,
something.
big boss. No way.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, so yeah, definitely for people who haven't gotten that, maybe give that a try using non-lethal combat on the bosses. So you do that with the beasts, you can get the figures, and then also on the beauties, there are some pretty cool things you can do with them as well. And I think a lot of people, they first get into the beauty battle. The first thing they do is they just start shooting.
Yeah.
They just kill the beauty. But of course you can put the beauties to sleep, and if you do that, you get face camo, which is really useful actually. Especially in like Eastern Europe. If you get laughing octopuses, laughing beauties, face camo, then you can get through Eastern Europe much more easily.
That's true.
Things like that. But there's another thing also, and this is something that I think is really hard to realize, because people know that maybe you shoot them or tranquilize them, but maybe people don't realize that if you let the timer run down, and there's no timer on the screen, so it's a little hard to know this.
Yeah.
But while you're fighting them in the regular stage, there's actually a timer running in the background. And if you let it run down, for about a minute or so, then it takes you to this white, kind of pure
Yeah.
void where
Yeah.
you get to see, the beauties in really nice shading and And yeah, you just get to admire the beauties there.
Yes, you have the 5-point sound
Right, right.
and full throttle there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
full sound, full shading, and of course, you can use the camera there and get the beauties to pose for you, which is something that people may not have realized. So you can do that, and using the iPod,
Yeah, the certain music.
you can use the Tuhan Princess
Yeah.
soundtrack
Yeah.
and get them to dance,
Yeah.
which is really cool.
Yeah, we didn't cover all these, right?
No, we
Right.
didn't, because we didn't have time. But
But I'm
Now we
sure
do.
That's
people,
good to know.
yeah,
people, some core fans knew about this, but most people probably can't really figure it out by themselves, right?
yeah, watching people play, like I kind of, whenever I see somebody playing, I kind of sneak up behind them and see how they're playing, and usually they kind of go to the beauty, and then they kind of like run around. Some of them start shooting right away. Other ones maybe they kind of wander around like, what am I supposed to do?
Right.
But then eventually they just say, okay, I guess I'm just supposed to shoot or something, and then they go. So they never see that white void area, and then probably even those who see that white screen maybe never think to use the iPod
Or the camera.
or the
Yeah,
camera.
and the
things like
playing
that.
the
Yeah.
Tuhan Princess music. Wow, that's a good tips.
Okay, a little bit of trivia, a little bit of final parting tips for everybody out there. And I think we're just about out of time for today, unfortunately. But we'll be continuing the Kojima Productions report,
Yes.
our web podcast.
Yes.
And of course, me and Ken, Ken and Aki will show up from time to time. And we also have Christine there.
Female.
Girl. So you don't have to listen to a bunch of guys blabbering all the time. So yeah, definitely. This wraps it up for the in-game podcast, but please be sure to tune in to KDL Blog and check out the Kojima Productions report. And be sure to send us your mails, because we still do check all of those, and we will address your comments or questions on the air.
Cool.
All right. Well, any final parting words?
Okay, well, I guess Ken and I will try to appear in KP Report as often as possible
Yeah, totally.
to help you out,
Please, please.
because it's really fun,
Yep.
and a lot of the listeners do really like Ken as well. So.
I think they like your voice too. You have that, smooth Aki voice.
Aki
yeah,
voice.
people recognize you even from the
People
keynote.
like people like his voice because
My mellow
Yeah.
voice, yeah, okay.
It's very
thanks.
relaxing.
Okay, thanks.
somebody said your voice is so cool or something when you were doing a simultaneous translation.
in
for
San
yourself.
Francisco?
In San Francisco.
Yeah, well, my voice is the only popular thing I have. Ken.
Okay. Anyway, we're gonna have KP report, and we will continue to have some news for people.
Yes.
Yeah, and one thing, I'd like to mention one thing. From June 2nd to 4th, we're gonna be at E3.
Right.
2009.
Yeah,
Yes.
E3 2009. And Kojima Production will have maybe big news announcement.
Surprise?
Surprise.
Surprise.
Wow.
So please looking forward to it. So
Cool.
yeah, and I think what I'm trying to do is I wanted to do the KP report podcast with video when we're in E3.
Nice.
Video podcast.
Video
Sounds cool.
podcast.
Yeah.
So we're gonna, following, Sean and Aki and Hideo,
Oh, no, definitely
taking
not.
behind the
No,
stage and kind of stuff. So
no.
that would be really, really cool.
That sounds like fun.
Well, we're
Yeah,
gonna
sounds like
film
fun.
each
Yeah.
other when we wake up and when we have dinner.
Oh,
and things
yeah.
like that. Oh, that'll be awesome. That'll be awesome. Well, anyways,
Okay.
this is gonna continue like this forever, right?
Right.
On the KP report.
For all eternity.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Come on, Sean. Wrap it up.
Okay, well, everybody, we'll see you on the KP report. Till then, this is Sean and Aki and Ken saying goodbye, and thank you for listening.
Thank you for listening.
Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Fucking hell. What is this madness? Alright, now that we're fucking 32 hours in. This is fucking ridiculous. I said I'd come back at around 32 hours, right? Now we can kind of sort of finish. We still have like to take it slowly and do a few more continues and shit. But fuck me. Who the fuck thought it was a good idea to do 35 hours? I want to meet the person who needs 35 hours for this game. Okay, so we still need to do a few kills and continues, but we can check the stats after the act. Let's see. I just want to get this shit over with. It's fucking insane. Give me a shotgun. Okay. Laughing Octopus was waiting for like 30 hours there. She was waiting this whole time. Snake was sleeping. Finish, you asshole. Oh, we turn off the music. That's right. We didn't really need to. You guys are probably sick and tired of fucking iPod music. Uchiku. Who wants to listen to the podcast again for like the 5th time? Where the fuck is fake article?
Come here.
Fuck. Ah, fuck it.
Mimic! Watch out, Snake!
Fuck, why did you put the real gun down? You asshole. God, I hate charging this thing. Past day and a half has been real. Just make it stop. And this nonsense.
Snake, she's shed her suit. Who knows what she'll throw at you next? Watch out!
Playtime 8:49. Playtime 31:55. Jesus. Still have 3 hours. But yeah, we're gonna need continues and maybe some kills, maybe some item pickups. We'll check the complete stats at the beginning of Act 3, I guess.
Snake, the trail splits up into multiple directions. Look closely at the footprints. Looks like they split up here.
I'm going straight to sleep after
Think
this.
that could be Naomi's?
I slept like shit with the stream running. It's impossible to concentrate. What the fuck? There's no guard here on hard. Oh, what a fucking asshole. Hey.
Huh? That's weird. Naomi's shoe prints just vanish. But just hers.
The pain. Is Frog also not there? Yep.
They must have gone separate ways here.
Brave.
That guy loves his claymore, I gotta do that.
The footprints go in different directions. I'm noticing more footprints now. Security's getting tighter. We could be getting closer.
Fucking autocon. I like zero patience. Luckily, we don't have to play particularly well.
Snake, I'm bringing the chopper to the other side of the market up ahead. That's as close as I can get. You've got to make it to the market somehow. Snake, to fire the machine gun, stand next to
Pretty
it,
sure the
press
pellets
the
inside clammers are much smaller than
use the
buckshot.
right stick to aim, and press the attack button to fire. Watch your aim, Snake.
Gorge Sears. How's it going at the
Destroy
Blue
those
Point
powered suits!
headquarters?
Snake, you have to open up a path. Do whatever it takes. These guys don't seem to feel any pain. Small arms won't do you much good. A large caliber weapon ought to do the trick.
Shut the fuck up, Otacon. Already in the loading screen. I think the call with Sig into MGS3 but Claymore says 0.6 millimeters. That's pretty small. Somebody in the window 0.6 something. Here's a machine gun. Really?
Those Gecko will try to ram you. Don't let them get too close.
Yeah, poor fuck, yeah. Fuck.
Got an MGS on our ass.
I think the other time I streamed Chicken Number, I left the PS3 on overnight without streaming it. This time, like, fuck it, I'm gonna stream every second of it. Why not?
The gate!
People need to know.
Shoot the gate!
You know, people need to experience it. But this is like this, probably the third, fourth chicken run I've done. God. Probably good for a while now. It's just pain. Pure pain. PS3's fine, it's a fucking tank. Kinda like the gate. Metal Gate Solid.
Get ready for some speed! They can't hit what they can't hit!
Those Gecko will try to ram you. Don't let them get too close.
Your stepmom will try to ram you. Don't let her get too close. God, I hate Otacon.
Out of my way! I said moving! Hang on! It's gonna get bumpy! Up front! Here
We're
they
definitely
come!
doing some continues with Raging Raven. And then maybe Act 4.
Hold on tight!
Almost there.
What do I used to play? Well, PS3, of course. The ultimate MGS machine.
Don't fall off!
Even we can kill some civilians here. Because they're annoying. I wonder if the civilians are programmed to have a little burning animation. Let's find out. Some more crimes here and there. Honestly, I just like complete shit because it's hard to like be distracted. The stream's running, even if you're doing nothing. A weird feeling, but it's always in the back of your head. Let's see. I'm curious to see if the civilians will burn. Ah, they just died. They don't have a little dancing animation for it.
Snake, there's no time to
Oh
take
well.
on the gecko. Just get out of there quick. Quit wasting
Fucking
ammo and
asshole.
start running, Snake.
What the fuck? He got stunned?
Quit wasting ammo and start
Quit
running.
wasting ammo. Yeah, that's the problem. You're wasting ammo.
Snake, just ignore the gecko. I can see you. Just
Fuck
a little
you, random
farther.
civilian.
Run, Snake, run!
Any comment about the random war crimes? The poor other civilians now. Unfortunately. Alright. We need 50 continues and 500 kills. And maybe a couple more items picked up. But that should be it. And of course, 3 hours of gameplay. Which, yeah, no, I can do the whole game in like 2 hours. So if this far in the game, 3 hours left, we're gonna have to stop again. Not too long, but yeah. The continues will take a little bit at least. Ah, fuck, I should have used the briefing for the stats, whatever. It would have actually counted towards game time. Hey, man. The only thing that we can't check between the acts is the number of weapon pickups or item picked up, which we need 400 of. And it should be pretty close, but we gotta check. Yeah, of course, all it is, the marathon goal, sub goal has been reached. So after this nonsense, we'll do just 1 through 4 marathon. After I get some rest, of course. My poor PS3 needs some rest too. I mean, if you think about it, this PS3 stays on for like the 5-day marathons with 3 dogs, so. Alright, let's check the freaking stats. That's goal. I don't know. We'll have to see after the marathon. That's the same reason why you buy a Japanese car. Makes 0 sense whatsoever to buy anything other than a Japanese car.
A whole day.
Give me the freaking Mark II stats. Oh. That's right.
Yeah. Could have been Meryl and her boys. Don't worry. They're doing fine.
So definitely those continues.
Away.
We need
Okay.
51 more kills. That's okay, we'll get it automatically.
Just seized up all of a sudden. This is normal. It's not my joints or muscles.
262. Our lords are so fucking easy to farm now.
En masse, too. I thought it might be a form of ADS, but I didn't detect any aberrations in the EM field. You were lucky. Some of those guys' hearts simply stopped.
I want to see weapons items picked up.
She was there.
TKC uses 288.
Otacon, did you see her?
No, but you're right. Naomi was there. I found traces of her DNA in that syringe you were holding.
2 flashbacks, yeah. Wall press time.
Was Naomi?
Over an hour, perfect.
Why?
Sideway
Let me
rolls.
show you
Probably like
something.
300 some shit. Yeah, 306. Forward rolls, 200
Right
plus.
after it all
Hopefully. Oh shit, 322.
It was sent to my old address.
Crawling time. 6 hours. Fuck off, Sonny. Yeah, I gave shit to the rebels, hopefully enough. I also got enough praise. Crawling time 6 hours. It probably didn't count the whole time, and
Sonny, they're delicious.
crouch walking probably over an hour, right? 3.5 hours. We needed 2.5 hours.
You haven't even eaten any.
I'm in cardboard box, probably about an hour that we need. Yep, 137.
To watch our caloric intake, you know.
But high is 11, and 10, perfect.
I was looking
Weapon item picked up 300 or 400.
You're not watching your nicotine intake.
Oh, perfect. We're 496.
Sonny,
Okay, perfect. We just literally need to do the continues. The kills will come naturally. During the bike chase, I'm sure we'll get at least 50 kills. But yeah, it's continues and freaking game time.
okay. First,
Shut up. I am so going to kill this guy. My conceal carry javelin and railgun and stinger and yeah. What else can we use? A claymore, maybe. Before claymore. We have time to waste, so we can piss off Otacon a little bit. I don't know, I'll mix up the continues a few different ways, I guess. This is technically one of them, a really slow one. Oh
you
wow,
found
shit.
the resistance member.
Really, Dim?
It's time to start tailing them. Get on it, Snake.
Hello, how do you do,
Snake. the
fellow
location of a
European
resistance
citizen?
member has been forwarded to your map.
I
Check it out.
conceal carry my javelin. Fuck. As you can see, it's perfectly suitable for conceal carry. Hides under jacket.
Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements.
The resistance!
Doesn't print at all. Quick draw too.
Snake, what are you doing? We need them to lead us to Big Mama's hideout. Don't harm the resistance.
They come to check here. Maybe. Oh shit, they're coming here to check. Fuck. Maybe, oh, they're up there. Yeah, I don't know what happened.
This is HQ. All clear. Understood. The
I
state
didn't
of
even
alert
see
has
the
been
guy.
lifted. Resume positions.
Never know when a stranger might be carrying a stinger under his coat. What's up?
The resistance! Snake, do not kill the resistance. They're our only means of finding Big Mama's hideout.
It's also a really good concealed carry weapon. Fits in your pocket. This is a very slow way of getting a continue, actually. There he is.
What was that?
Oh, I don't know.
The resistance!
Shit, he took a hit.
Knock it off, Snake! Are you trying to abort this mission?
What was that?
Is it Three Dog? It's making Three Dog noises.
The resistance! What? Snake?
Now they just look like a drunkard hobo in the middle of the street. With a bottle in your hand. He's not even suspicious of it. Oh, wow. He's not suspicious of... Wow, he doesn't get triggered by it. Any other weapon, if you pull it out, he attacks you. That's a pretty neat detail, actually. You want some? Here. What he realizes what it is when you throw it up. Then we can get him. Shit. Oh, got him.
The resistance.
What a neat little... I wonder if the guards fucking alert from it. Now I'm curious. Guess it's just a bottle, right? Nothing suspicious here. I'm really curious. What's up? I have a bottle. They don't alert from it. Even if you fucking aim it. Even with the fire on. No, that's too good. That's such a nice little detail, actually. But of course, when you throw it... I don't know. See that? I don't know.
Don't move.
Oh shit.
HQ, do you read?
You want some?
We're being attacked. Enemy position unknown. Going into high alert.
Acknowledge.
Move along.
Sending reinforcements.
Okay.
Use extra caution.
Ah, that's nice. They didn't actually see me throw it. They only saw it land between their feet. So, yeah.
Snake! Do you understand what you just did? Snake! You can't be killing members of the Resistance like that! No, Snake!
No, Snake. Bad Snake. Oh, that's a continue. Okay, now we actually need to get this guy there. But first... Now he's all good and ready to go. What's that? Must be the wind, I guess. I don't know. Time to go. Hey, Sensei, thanks for the 66 months. Just in case those guys are here, thank you all for helping reach the goal, by the way. That was cool. Oh, Snake was sleeping. So yeah, we're doing the marathon now. We're up next. There's some people who thought this was the marathon just because this also happens to be 35 hours. The marathon actually should take less than that, like 32 maybe, 33. You could literally play all the games instead of doing this shit. Oh wait, my fault.
Those resistance fighters can't
Forgot to take these guys out.
MC troops. Isn't there something you can do to help, Snake?
Just go. You didn't even notice me. Is it technically MGS4 music that's in the iPod? It's not technically. Depends on how you want to look at it. Time to spin on my dick. Ah shit, he saw me. Nobody, just go. Fuck off. And more birds. Yeah, speed run. I really don't give a shit about Kojima's podcast. Alright, maybe we'll get some good memes out of it. Look at him go. Let's see what new ways we can find to dance to songs in Act 3.
Look out! Searchlight! Find something nearby to hide behind. Stay out of the light.
Bring down his neck. Come on. You see me? Oh fuck, you saw me. Ooh, you asshole. Oh fuck. A fucking bird.
HQ. Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements. Use extra caution.
Oh fuck. No, that never happened.
Get up.
You good?
Stay back. Oh. What?
I said. Oh, fuck. You good? Okay. He forgot about it. Yeah, he's healed too. Yeah, he kind of forgot he has 4 bullets in his 4 limbs right now.
Understood. The state of alert has been lifted.
That's
Resume
okay.
positions.
There's something fishy about that PMC trooper. Do you hear whistling? Looks Looks like they're conducting vehicle patrols. Watch out for them, Snake.
So you're saying that aiming the knife isn't suspicious either? Okay. Maybe it's because we're on hard. I need to try again because fuck, the guy saw me. Fuck, that's bad. Good change phase. I like how they don't question anything that's going on right now. just fuck off. He's in there, right? Yep. Oh god, he wants to come back here to do that? Okay. The suit also works. Nice. Yeah, why wouldn't it? It's perfectly good clothing. Perfectly normal. Look at those physics on the tie. Any face that's not Snake works. Oh shit, that reminds me. Do we have the Campbell face? Fuck, I forgot to get the Campbell face because you can't get it on the first save. No, we can do it after Act 3 is done, I guess. I always forget to get the fucking Campbell face because you can only get it during Act 1 briefing, but during the Act 1 briefing you don't have the fucking face camo unless it's a new save or a new game. New Game Plus. So that sucks. Any variation of Snake's face doesn't work. I don't know how much clearer we can make it. What's up? I want to see if this also works as a disguise. Wait, no, that can't work because you can't wear a face cam with it. But what if Snake's face is covered just enough that they don't recognize it? Nah, unlikely. They're 100% gonna alert for this. Yep. Because you heard my footsteps. Yep. Okay, holy shit. God, it would have pissed me off to finish without getting a Campbell face. Alright, time to get those kills. And then we'll do a few continues with Raging Raven, we'll do a few continues in Act 4. We'll even do a few continues maybe during the Mantis fight. We can abuse Meryl and Johnny for continues.
There was no.
Judge your ass.
We have to keep Big Boss's body out of enemy hands, no matter what. Get the body safely to the canal escape port.
Alright, we bust out the Patriot. And we bust out the rations that we don't have right now. Because the game has to replace it with the completely useless signal interceptor. Hey, rations, Patriot, auto aim, L1, R1. Goodbye. You're done. Just need to balance the shit on my desk. So we don't have to worry about it. There we go. No hands. That's 500 kills, not 400, huh? We'll probably get about 400 from this. And yeah, I won't do that anymore after that. Because we're like a 350 when I started this. This is probably gonna put me at 400. Yeah, that's no problem getting another 100, so. the frogs, you can also get it with Meryl. Each time you shoot Meryl during the Mantis fight, it's a continue and a kill. Hey there, May. Z, yeah, he slept like absolute shit, but just having the screen running is a distraction, yeah. How to survive? May's playing survive because I don't know, suffering. We're all suffering, I guess. Now 35 hours is not over. Maybe we'll do some grabbing points farming until 35 hours. I forget, do you get both the bandana and the stealth for a big boss run? Or just the stealth? I'm pretty sure you get the stealth for no alerts. Can you also get the bandana from it? If not, we might have to actually buy the damn thing. Oh, bananas for no kills and stealth for no alerts. Okay, so you get both in a big boss run. Nice. Fuck. I just skip while balancing the controller. You actually get scared by the stuff in Survive? You think it's scary? Damn.
I've got bad news. The decoy vans have all bitten the dust. This means the enemy will be full.
We'll see how dumb they are soon. Hey, try aiming the gun. It must be fun to watch horror movies with me. Horror things do like nothing for me, like zero. I couldn't give any less shits about horror movies, horror games, or anything. There's nothing for me. So I have to like do it with someone else for it to be entertaining. You can't actually do story stuff and survive in co-op though, can you? Damn. Yeah, imagine actually having a good co-op instead of a useless one. Yeah, that sucks. That means that you can't help me. probably had about, let's see, I had 349 kills when I started. Then we killed the resistance members like 5 or 6 times. Then we killed maybe 4 guards. So I probably have around 360 kills here when I started. So you can see at the end of the act how many. I would say you get maybe 40-50 from this whole thing. Hey, Imperfect, thank you for the 81 months. Ocean chicken. We should have that soon.
I think we lost them.
What would Ocean chicken be? Chicken hat? Chicken emblem? Play the boat scene? Fuck that, that's like 30 minutes. God, why is it so close? Why is it 48 to 52? How did you rig the vote? I did not approve this poll, so fuck that. Are you guys at least doing democracy for it? Hate democracy? I can't tell. It tells me like 0 information about it. I can't tell what the fuck is going on that poll as a streamer. That's amazing. Even in hard doesn't kill her with a headshot. Shoot her in the butt. Yo, Wexford, you voted 30 times, very democratic. Yes, indeed. We are 33 hours in, so about time to finish the game. Now it's time to do some fucking continues, though, since there's a good spot for it.
Are you all right? Snake? Snake! Snake, she's come out of her.
That's the chicken emblem experience. Yeah. Just leave the damn game running. This particular time, I streamed the whole thing. But hey, then you guys know what it's like to 100% MGS4. That's the idea.
Snake?
Why would a chicken kill 500 people? Well.
Snake, she's come out of her. Snake, respond. Snake? Snake!
To cross the road. That's the answer. Wait, no. To get to the other side. Fuck, I ruined the joke.
Snake, she's come out of her. Come in, Snake. What happened? Snake? Snake!
Chickens are dinosaurs? What does that make those dinosaur chicken nuggets then? That's really fucked up when you think about it.
She's come out of her. Snake, respond.
Snake! Snake!
Zombie Owl, thanks for the 83 chickens.
Come out of her suit.
Snake, are you all right? Snake? Snake!
Why is yes winning? Can somebody please democracy? No. I really don't want to play that scene.
Snake, she's come out of her suit.
Snake, what's
Why the
wrong?
fuck can people
Answer me,
vote
please.
60 times?
Snake!
Fuck it. Who started that poll? Was it Dim? Yeah, that must have been Dim.
Snake,
He's come out of her
suit.
Gucci. I failed the
Come
roll.
in, Snake. What happened? Snake? Snake!
Is this guy seriously complaining that he had to watch the chicken run? One time I give you the benefit of the doubt. Now you said it twice. Though.
Snake, she's come out of her suit.
You seriously don't see the
No! Snake!
the way out.
Snake!
We had to watch you do the chicken run. If only there was a solution. I didn't know they my agents captured you and strapped you to a chair
Snake,
in front of your monitor and turned on the stream.
Snake! You
Damn.
can't die!
I really need to have a talk with those guys.
Snake!
That's some fucking Clockwork Orange shit here.
Snake, she's come out of her suit.
Snake! Respond! Snake!
Are there any Easter eggs in death flashbacks? Yeah, a couple, depending on who you kill and where. You get some of them just one flashbacks for John named Merrill. Also in the continue screen, if you die against
Snake,
Liquid in the fist fight.
come out of her suit.
And maybe during the Ray fight? No,
Are
it's
you all right?
during the fist fight and during the Mantis fight as well. Exit changes to exist. And then there might even be some more flashbacks there. Yeah, the flashbacks change depending on what's going on.
Snake, she's come out of her suit.
Bruh. The fucking okay, 52 to 48%. This is why I love democracy. That 2% gets to dictate the remaining 48%.
Snake,
Fucking hell.
come out of her suit.
Wait a
What's
second.
wrong?
Who?
Answer me, please!
May contributed 87,000 channel points to yes. I like how it rats you out. So 87 of those yes votes are May. I see how it is.
Snake, she's come out of her suit.
Snake! Respond!
It said you said yes.
Snake!
Oh, does it? Oh, it doesn't say. Oh, never mind. It just says okay. It doesn't say on what. So it doesn't really. Okay, never mind.
Snake, she's come out of her
Snake, are you all right? Snake?
I am not counting. Okay, then thank you for your efforts to avoid C, but unfortunately, since 2% extra the population said yes, suddenly the remaining 48% has to submit to it.
Snake, she's
I love democracy.
Snake, what happened? Snake?
It was fucking Megalomania who spent 52 on yes. Yeah, okay, so you can. Why can you see it, but I can't see? Maybe it's in mod view, fuck it. I love democracy.
Snake, she's come out of her
Alright, I guess we'll play it then.
Snake? Are you
We do
all right?
need another
Snake?
few, maybe 20-30 minutes.
Snake, she's come out of her.
Snake, are you all right? Snake? Snake!
Imagine missing the chicken run for a kill or 1 second off on the timer.
Snake, she's come out of her.
If it were not for interference, 90-10 would have won. Seriously, people don't see the problem with 51% of the population imposing what they want on the remaining 49%? Damn. They're not that far off, yeah?
Snake, she's come out of her.
Snake?
There's several areas in Act 1 and 2 where enemies and resistance or militia respawn in active war zones, so you can just keep killing there. That said, we didn't get 500 kills yet. We're probably at 400 now, so we'll have to get some more.
Snake, she's come out of her.
Probably in Act 5 at this point.
You can't die! No! Snake! Snake!
I am not counting these continues at all.
Snake, she's come out of her.
Snake! Respond! Snake! Snake!
The one thing that worries me a little bit is everything related to the rebels, like giving them 50 healing items and getting praised 25 times.
She's come out of her.
I hope I did enough of those, because you can't see those in the stats. And you also can't do it anymore after Act 2. Most of the stats you can look at in game. Some of them, the game shows you at the end of each act. But for the more in-depth stuff, you can go to the briefing to check your stats. But yeah, these two, I think the Rebels related stuff, it doesn't show you. I just had to make sure, maybe count during Act 1 and 2. Uh-oh.
Snake, she's come out of her.
What? Oh, you're doing the same poll again? See, the thing is, 90% imposing on 10% means that the 10% is most likely wrong. The 51% imposing on 49% doesn't mean shit. It doesn't mean that the 49% is wrong. It means that literally it could be either way, and one side is gonna be unhappy. But if in a society only 10% of people think something, they're probably wrong. And if in a society 49% of people think something, they're probably not wrong. It could be either way, you know? So that's the big problem with oh well.
Snake, what happened?
Let's do a couple more.
Snake!
So don't give us discussing democracy here or some shit.
Snake, she's come out of her.
Snake, what happened? Snake? Snake!
What's my ideal system? The Dark Ages. No, not quite the Dark Ages, but the Dark Age ending in Deus Ex. Small city-states with governments on a scale that the citizen can understand. The larger government, the more likely it is that it's disconnected from the needs of its people.
Snake, she's come out of her.
Like Fraser Tong puts it,
Answer me, please! Snake?
an era of city-states, craftsmen, a government on a scale that people can understand. Yeah, that would be great. Anyway.
Snake, she's come out of her.
Bye.
Snake, what happened? Snake?
Okay, you're strike 3. You're contentless content in this channel.
Snake,
Bye-bye.
She's come out of her suit. Watch out! She's gonna try to grab
How
you.
fucking stupid do you have to be to do that a third time?
Snake!
He was a bits leader for how many bits? Oh well, oops. Ah, fuck it, that's enough. Continues here.
Watch out! She's gonna try to grab you.
We'll do the rest by jumping in hole repeatedly. Get the fuck down. You could only take 2 railings. Alright, we will honor the fucking poll and play the seed. I don't need to save here or whatever. Enjoy the 25-minute scene, I guess, that you guys voted for.
Liquid. Not bad.
Where's the pigs?
That no longer matters.
Where is it? Ah!
Is that it? Naomi told me everything. And now, thanks to her, I finally have it. The thing I've sought for so long. Big Boss. Put down the gun, Snake. It's already too late. You almost did it. But it looks like I win after all. Cigars. Father's favorite. What do you say? Care for one last smoke? Huh. You think you're Big Boss now? Guilty as charged. But all that ends today. Nice try. But when it comes to CQC, I've got the upper hand. Even if you do get a hold of the system, you'll only have one part of the Patriots AI. The military part.
What of it, brother? It's only a matter of time before I have everything. Remember, GW? The AI they think they lost? It's mine. A part of my army.
Impossible. We destroyed it.
Your worm only managed to cut GW into little pieces. Pieces we were able to reconstruct. And then we stowed it away inside JD's network. This man's body has served me well, allowing me to pass every security barrier between me and GW. After all, the Patriot system is nothing more than a machine. Now that GW is a spook inside the network, there's no way JD would recognize it as an external threat. Once I destroy JD with a nuclear strike, the Patriots network will be mine. And then, I'll build my haven, free from all forms of control. I'll cast aside my old identity and take my own name for the first time.
Liquid, you're planning to recreate the Patriots.
Snake, we were created by the Patriots. We're not men. We're shadows in the shape of men. We're freaks who never should have existed. We're a system. Insurance that future generations never prosper. The Patriots saw fit to create us, and in doing so became our only raison d'etre. I won't fight my fate any longer. I'll kill Zero and Big Boss and become a Patriot myself. It all began with Zero and Big Boss. Our purpose in life is to fulfill our destinies. And once all is returned to Zero, the world can be reborn.
Adam.
So long as we both live, the world will not know an age of light. If we're to pass the baton to the next generation, the only choice left to us is death.
Boss.
Good. The players have all assembled, Snake. The time has come for you to witness. Witness our moment of triumph. Go,
weapons and put your hands up!
Barrel!
Aim!
Liquid! Stop!
Fire!
What? The system is mine. Your guns and your weapons are no longer your own. Behold, guns of the Patriots. Bang! Bang!
Justin! Ed! Commander! Commander!
Akiba, you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
But why?
have it. We don't need it anymore. So long, Snake.
You and me, we were great partners.
No. Great friends.
Meryl! Meryl! Meryl!
You're a real egotistical woman.
Meryl, don't give up on me. Meryl, don't go. Meryl. 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 It's not. I mean.
Thank you.
Okay, Meryl? Hey, if it's all right, me Johnny.
You and the beasts are no different. Scorched shadows born to the world. When a beast steps into the light, unless the light is put out, the shadow cannot be erased. So long as there is light, there is shadow. To return everything to normal, the light must be extinguished. And when that happens, you will be too.
Like I said, we pride ourselves on service. Come on, let's take this guy to his friends.
The fucking monkey dancing next to Eva's dead body. It's amazing. Hey, Cataclysmical, thank you for the 26 months. Zombie Owl with 83, nice, thank you. Alright, not particularly sure why, but I mean, we have to play that. Okay, we need, we got 99 kills, I think. So, yeah, we just need a few more. And only 3 more continues, or 4 more. And about an hour and a half game time. Great. Okay, we're pretty close with the continues, actually. Yeah, an hour and a half. I think we're still gonna have to wait somewhere, probably. Oh, we need to get the Campbell face camo too. Uh-oh. Temporarily playing a better game. I'm pretty sure nothing counts here. Maybe not even the game time. So I'll just hurry. Be curious to see if the game time at least counts, but it'd be kind of a waste if it doesn't. Alright, best part of MGS4 is over. Sony is a shit in your mouth.
s'aimer.
We can use one chef grenade here because we're about to pick him up again. But oh, since this is hard, we might be able to carry more than 10 anyway. So maybe we can actually use 2. Okay, that was cool actually. Was enough. Let's see if we can carry 12. Yes, play MGS4 music. Ah, nice. We can use these 2 because we need 10 for extreme.
Door is open. A little bit at least. You can get in that way if you want.
We'll use this. Oh shit, the geckos are actually down on hard. We can just run through. Ish. Okay, cool. If we do the little DNS tricks, the last time I checked, a few days ago, the server still worked. That's actually what prompted me to do a 100% run of MGS4, because now you can get all the DLC stuff again. Flying old man.
I don't...
Snake, I've checked the APU on this floor and engaged the generator. Energy output is low, but it should be enough to power the elevator. Try the elevator and see if it's working.
Yeah, but it's crazy, like the servers went down just as I was downloading shit from it. And we had to download the remaining stuff at the end of that stream when I did it.
First, go down the central hall. Don't worry, it's not electrified anymore.
Nope. Go be Twin Snakes somewhere else. We'll get some grabbing points here, I guess.
I finished unlocking the door on the first floor. It should open now. Gecko! We've got Gecko! Okay, Snake. Take the stairs down and go to the north.
This is one of the MGS3 healing radio songs. I think this one is called Rock Me Baby. Let me see.
Oh
Yep.
man, more gecko. The Mark III is totally
Not that
defenseless
aim.
while working on the door. You'll have to distract the gecko so they don't spot it. Okay, Snake, it's open now.
Let's see if we get a real good spawn, maybe. $30 smokes. Probably use the next chaff in the next area. Didn't I hit you? Okay. She's in the back, I can hear her. Yep, she's in that corner, okay. Same amount of grenades on hard and extreme. Interesting. Think. Yep, that was 6. Get the fuck down. He's not getting down. Wow, holy shit. 1 grenade, nice. Yeah, everybody's too much of a pussy to play this map on MGO. Every time it comes up, people skip it. It's because you can't see very well in the snowstorm, I guess. Like, that's not half the point of the game. I know, right? We always have to hit that Raven with the chaff grenade. Now we're not going to use anymore though, because we have 10 That's what we can carry on extreme.
Metal Gear Solid 4
No.
Podcast.
No, 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 no.
Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown
No,
Tokyo.
no, no, shut the fuck up. Not again.
Metal Gear.
Do you really have to eject gold 6 to load 1? Or 5? Okay. Some advanced butt wiggling here. Go the fuck to sleep. Please let me through. Gecko legs when they're down are really glitchy. Favorite MGS1 area. I know, it's so nostalgic. Probably eat the alert here, whatever. Yep, that's okay. Okay, so we do have to get like 4 continues. We'll do a few here.
Finally, just up ahead. The hangar's just a little.
Snake, what's wrong? Answer me, please! Snake! Snake!
I'm pretty sure it was 47. But that's okay, because playing Snake Ball is kind of fun. Well,
Snake, you can't die!
and you hear those Twin Snakes' voices. I'm also probably gonna get a continue on Outer Haven after we get all the kills. Do reset the alert. Ah, missed. Damn it. Not now, I'm trying to kill myself. Just jump in. All the little dwarf geckos dancing around it. That's great.
Come in, Snake! What happened? Snake? Snake!
I'll do one more.
Snake, you can't die! No! Snake! Snake!
Okay, now let's see if I can get around this without using. I mean, I'm not gonna use a chaff grenade, but I want to try because these little fucks are really hard to avoid. They only stay down like a few seconds. Okay, cool.
Rex
Probably
is on the
easier and
floor
hard.
above you. Use the lift.
Oh shit, Vamp doesn't jump there on hard. He jumps somewhere else. Where is he jumping?
I'll take care of Rex. You take Vamp. Kill that monster.
Ah, that's actually the worst location.
You did it, Snake.
That's it.
Okay, now we just need to get about 50 kills in Act 5. And, oh. This time.
Those are suicide geckos. They blow up and they take us with them. You've got to keep them back. Anxiety data on
Fuck.
Put a bullet through their brains. That's it, Snake. Snake, lights on that crouched gecko are blinking. When they stop blinking, it'll blow. Don't let that happen. Here they come again! Hang in there, Snake! Don't give up! Above you! They're coming from above! Snake, be careful! Nice, Snake!
His blood is white because it's the revenge of the seagulls from MGS2.
Snake,
Some bird shit all over him.
follow the supply tunnel. Stomp those gecko and head straight for the exit. Snake, I've made Rex's control manual available. Check it out before you get started.
Not a geckos don't count as kids. Which Max is my favorite? Probably the Rex. Yes, great idea, Ryan. Go. See if the timer does anything if we're not near the exit. Yeah, fuck, we have time to waste. I'm gonna keep coming from behind though. I wonder, do the weapon points stay if I get a continue? Let's find out. Okay, let's wait for the freaking thing to calm down. 11 points, 3 millions, okay. Ends in 449. Farm, never mind. Alright. I see one. Oh wow, laser has this kind of range. Yeah, liquid really sucks in MGS4. Piss all over the place.
There's not enough power left. Wait for the energy to recharge, Snake. The missile launcher is empty.
God, shut your ass, Autobot. Every time. And he's gonna say something about a machine gun as well.
The machine gun's overheated. You need to wait until the barrel cools down.
In fact, the iPod is the only item you can use on Rex.
Less than 1 minute left until detonation. Hurry, Snake!
If you say so.
Seconds to detonation. Move as fast as Rex will take you.
So if you're not close to the exit, it does actually happen.
Snake, what happened?
Ooh, we get flashbacks with fucking Naomi and Vamp. Nice. But as we know, if we're close enough to the exit, it doesn't happen.
Follow the supply tunnel.
So the grabbing points do not stay. Okay. That makes sense, I guess.
Snake, I've made Rex's control manual available for briefing. Check it out before you get started.
Why does it feel slower? That's weird. Here, you just stomp everything anyway. In fact, it's counterproductive, it does damage. That only works when we're close to the loading screen. Interesting. Okay, now we wait a couple minutes. Oh, maybe it works everywhere. Bit of a spoiler. Oh, we're healing with it. Nice. It heals you, just like the fist fight at the end. Look at the health. Nice. I'm pretty sure that this close to the exit, it shouldn't do anything when the time is up. Unless it's a difficulty setting thing. Nah, why would it be? That'd be weird. Fuck your catwalks.
Less than 1 minute left until detonation. Hurry, Snake!
Found a new sound effect to play with.
30 seconds to detonation. Move as fast as Rex will take you.
Engaging self-termination procedure.
my laser penis is almost fully erect. You can't go on first person with it. See, nothing happens. Okay. Okay, fuck it.
Let's finish this thing. Got me on your side. You can't lose. Crush Ray and liquid
What an asshole. My frames.
He's gonna use the water cutter. This is your chance to attack Ray's insides. Wait for it to reload.
Oh, fuck.
Counterattack.
You're right, this wouldn't happen in the emulator, because the game would crash.
Dodge its attack. Keep dodging and wait for your chance to counterattack.
Oh, what the fuck? Can you get stunned by the laser? These camera angles are again. Shut your ass. Alright. We need like 43 kills. That's okay. And 1 hour game time. I guess if we don't skip any of the cutscenes, the fucking ending is over an hour, so... do we really want to fucking play the ending? Ah. Yeah, of course the cutscenes count. That's why I said the ending is over an hour. Yeah, the fist fight is risky. You can drag it out, but at one point it just decides to end eventually. Simmon. Oh, we can get the Campbell thing whenever, even after the playthrough. You just load the briefing. But, okay, fuck it. Let's do it now, and let's have Campbell kill everybody on the ship. I get the Campbell phase so rarely because it requires you to go back to the mission 1, Act 1 briefing. after you've been to like Act 2 or something, or even that didn't work. I think I tried it once. Maybe it just has to be New Game Plus. But you can't do it the first time in Act 1 because you don't have the face camo yet. And yeah, let's do it. We should be able to do it now. And then we gotta wait for Otacon to put down the Mark II. Let's see. Is it now? Is it? What is it? Okay, cool. Bump into Campbell.
Means necessary. Just stop.
There you go. That was quick. Campbell had enough of his shit. He's gonna do it on his own. Honestly though, you've been playing the game for a long time. Don't you have anything else to do with your time? I just can't leave this up to you any longer. I'll do the fighting. You can just go home. It's by far my least used face cam, so that's a little weird. That'll do the fighting. You can just go home. Oh, fuck. Alright, Campbell had enough of your shit. We need about 50 kills or something. What music would Campbell listen to? Probably some weeb shit, dude. I don't know.
Good job, Snake. You made it on board. Welcome to Haven. Enemy units are already on their way. Break through their defenses and find GW's server.
Oh, fuck. Hey, Fopat, thank you for the 60 months. Just look at him. He looks so out of place. I don't know. Can still cosplay as an old man. Oh shit. Campbell, what the fuck are you doing? Combat high.
Snake, use that water straight door to get in.
Did we get 40 kills? Well. Oops, that works too. Oh, these two Gakkos here. I recently learned that these barrels explode. They don't look like the other barrels in the game. Oof. Camel pain face. Oh shit! Oh, I forgot that they do the stomp like that. I guess that makes sense. Come on, go down. Damn, there really aren't that many frogs on hard. What are they, like 2 at a time? Holy shit. Oh, they can't follow me here. Nice. They can only grenade me. got up. Huh? But it blew up anyway. I don't know what happened there, but okay. We actually lost the alert. For a second, at least. Yeah, they respawn endlessly here, but on hard it's only 2 at a time. That's a huge difference from extreme. It's like 4 or 6 maybe. It's actually clear now, what the fuck? Evasion is 0 seconds. I can't believe a shit can get away with. Hello? And the lure doesn't stay. And there's no snipers. I mean, we probably got enough, and there's a few more during the Mantis fight anyway. Oh yeah. Even Campbell can't stand the fucking Twin Snakes voices. Look at him. That's when Rose keeps sucking, I guess. He makes that face. Alright, that's definitely more enough kills. What a fucking joke. This area on hard. Okay. I guess we can see everybody's tired face like this.
The corridor leading to GW is defended by directed energy weapons that emit certain types of microwaves. Did you say microwaves? If that freaks, the waves will start to evaporate faster than person.
Sounds like the perfect job for me.
Let's see. The beauties get tired too. Yes, they do. Oh fuck. Just go through everybody's face. Except I just thought of him crying anyway. Raiden's high as fuck. I think Campbell or Otacon are the best though. And pretend that Snake is young now. What about the MGS1 face?
Meryl's in danger. Take her.
Take her out? Yes.
Snake.
Ooh, big words. Fuck you, Otacon. That's how you got your ass out of there, Shadow Moses, man.
Meryl's in... Snake! Meryl's dead!
He always says that.
You are no hero!
Take her out with Campbell's face. And then our own gun too. Meryl, you will not marry that guy. Let's see if we can get a close up. Oh shit. That doesn't hit her, that sucks. Ah, there you go.
Snake! Meryl's dead! You are no hero!
That's another way the farm continues, and a little bit of kills too.
Meryl's in danger! Take out the enemy before they get to her!
There's one thing that it's not entirely clear about, to me at least, about the 5-7 in this game. Give me a second. Because either they fucking defied time and space, or no, it can't be. Because, okay. So, this whole time I thought this was a 5.7 Mark II. But the Mark II came out in 2013. This game came out in 2008. Does that mean that it's a USG instead? Fuck. No. Because, wait, maybe it is. Let's see, USG versus Mark II. Oh shit, okay, the Mark II has front serrations. So this is actually a Gen 1 USG 5.7. Now it makes sense. I didn't realize the Mark II has front serrations, and this doesn't. Ah, fuck, there's so many different 5.7s. Yeah, the Mark II was in 2013. And I was like, how the fuck can MGS4 have a Mark II 5.7 if it came out in 2013? No, this is a USG. Oh, is it? Or, oh, wait. No, you're right. It's not an IOM. Because of the checkering on the grip. It's a USG. Ah, now it makes sense. Fuck, so if you wanted to get an actual MGS4 5.7, you can't just get a any good old Mark II. Maybe the USGs are rare to find, I don't know. Just a thought. That makes a lot more sense. Also because this was using Ghost Babel as well. Yep, okay, cool. More MGS4 gun details. Hey, Damiko Sub Assassin with 22 months. Thank you, welcome back. I wonder if these are easy to find. Empty the magazine costs $200. Insert a meme. Stop a robber with 5.7. Realize I just wasted 20 rounds of 5.7 by 28 rounds. My face when it would have been cheaper to just give him my wallet. Okay, so it's a freaking USG. Whoa, what the fuck happened? Oh, what the fuck was that? Oh fuck. Was that the last frog? Now we had to do with... Oh well, I guess we'll get more kills at least. We didn't skip the other 2 waves. That scream was pretty lazy. Whoa. What the fuck? What kind of fucking death animation was that? She front flipped forward away from the balcony? What the fuck was that? That was fucking weird. Oh fuck. So, it's like the railing was there to register, but it registered in the wrong direction. She fell forward, but on the other side of the rail. I don't fucking know what happened. Ah, shit. Okay. This is gonna make the Mantis fight harder, but whatever. Also, the fucking 5.7 IOM has a stupid ass trigger guard. There's no way you would mistake that one for this one. Okay. I think I'd rather farm weapon points or some shit instead of letting the ending play. Besides, we're pretty close, we don't need to play the whole ending. Mantis. Big fap with the controller. Okay, that was not so quick. That was a slow fap. Nah, just total time. Me, doesn't matter. The actual stream timer is probably maybe 30 minutes behind. because of all the menus and loading and starting up the game and that kind of stuff. So, oh fuck, I got rid of my... I took this out for a reason, you know? I did not turn off the monitor, no. I did, however, turn off the TV, so in a sense, you're right, but you're also wrong, because I'm not playing on a TV. But I did turn off my TV. Ah, that didn't kill her. Oh fuck, we're really gonna need that regain. Can we? Oh, I know what we can do. We can buy the bandana right now. That's just half off. I don't have to worry about that shit. Don't really have any more use for revenue points anyway. These are all over 50. Fucking monkey. In fact, we could buy a little bit of everything now. So this save will be well stocked to do a big boss run. Not that we need any of this shit for it, but at least it's all maxed. We only need 300 for extreme. $50 of these, 50 of these, 30, and even actually. $10 of these, 10 of these. Sure, I know. Might as well max everything. I think it's 5 suppressors on extreme. The fucking monkey. Sure, we have guns and smokes and all the smokes. Oh, 10 of these. And these. We gotta save his driving points, you know? Okay, cool. Quick delivery bandana. Very useful. I forgot that this was a thing. And then, what do we want to use? This. pocket use a little bit of everything, I don't know. Oh, we have to equip the stupid bandana though. It's not worth it unless it's like a grenade launcher though. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. You go over 35 hours to run this ruin. That'd be fucking crazy.
Tons of dying men enforce attention like deep pond where words are spent. They are seldom.
Why don't we get somebody else? It's our duty.
Oh, but more importantly, with the bandana, we can use chef grenades freely. Or duty.
Go! Hurry! Sorry. We'll meet again on the other side.
Time to do your duty. Failure will spell doom for the human race.
Go!
Thank fuck we can skip this scene. Now we get to the end of the hallway and then sit there for a little bit and farm. And we got one more, I think. Yeah, so if I step through that door, the game will take control away, and that'll be it. So we sit here and fuck shit up. Ooh, 1.6 multiplier. Should keep calling. Okay, perfect. This is the perfect setup to farm. Not that we care, but if we farm long enough, we can even buy the stealth camo right now. Probably not worth the time though. Nah, it's not that quick. It's not really all that fast. It really should only take one hit, not two, but okay. They don't seem to be dropping shit. No, they don't have weapons. Oh, maybe so. Oh, I did hear a few gunshots. Maybe they don't seem to have any guns. That's weird, because I heard them shoot earlier. Maybe the ones that respawn don't have guns. And you stop screaming to reload. I just don't see the guns in their hands at all. Oh. And you can kick them. You can kick the balls, yes. It's just slightly inconvenient and mean. Ooh, do they die in one hit after you kick them? I didn't know that. Look at this. No. Why did that one get... Is there a weak spot like the light? Oh shit, the light is a weak spot. Didn't know that. Maybe. That's what it seems to be. Hold on. That has to be so precise. So if you kick them and they go down, it's easier to aim at it. Wait. Why did it die in one hit? I'm worrying too much about these chaff grenades. They last quite a bit. I think the first hit missed. No. What the fuck? Yes, use a sniper rifle at this distance. It will make a difference. I guess it's not a little circle, it's the actual light. I didn't pick up the freaking regain, or did I use it already? I probably didn't pick it up. Oh shit, the doors don't open again. Oh well. We will quickly listen to some Sailor. I bet the health will be full before the chaff grenade is up. Maybe not. Maybe close. Maybe? Yeah, nope. Okay, never mind. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Ah, fuck this. Alright, we'll snipe it. I don't know if it's gonna make a difference, but something weak though, like the VSS 75. Find out. It is a weak point. It died in one hit. Normal takes two. Wait, no. This one died in one hit too. What the fuck is the deal? I don't get it. Okay, so let's hit it somewhere else. Okay. I don't get it. Maybe it's just inconsistent, maybe it's just shit aim. They're all raving now. Fuck it, whatever. I hate those things. We'll let the fist fight play. Between that and the credits, yeah, I'm pretty sure we're good. If not, we'll fucking reload. Except, yeah, I can still save before the fist fight. Wait here. I'll get a medic.
Snake, that place is saturated with microwaves. The longer you stay in there, the greater damage you'll take. Get through there as quickly as possible.
How it feels to go out in 120-degree weather. Simmon. Nah, you can't heal with anything. You can't open your inventory, you can't do anything. You can only walk forward. And look at those glowy cheeks, of course. Ass camera, as Kojima calls it. Doesn't matter, don't try to look for any logical solution to this. The point is that you must see Snake suffer, because Kojima suffered making this. And he wanted to get it over with, and he's old and tired. That's the point of the game. So this scene represents that. So Kojima doesn't give a fuck about the million other ways that they could have logically gotten Snake around this. No. We're close enough, by the way. We'll just let him cook some more. It's always the same shit here. People are like, oh, why doesn't the Mark III go? Or why don't they turn off the microwaves? Or why doesn't Snake run? No. You don't get it.
We're running out of time. You've got to keep moving. Please.
Tsunami waves? They're more like fan waves. It was the fans that had a large part in it. Even more so than Konami. The fan waves. What with the death threats and all. Didn't they also threaten to burn his house down? So that's pretty accurate, I guess. The heat. I don't know. Okay, we'll save there just in case, but I'm pretty sure. We'll skip the little PowerPoint presentation here. But we should be okay.
Free from Fox Die. Free from the system. Free from ID control. Our minds free from their prisons. That is the haven I've yearned for. This is it, brother. Our final moment. The battle has ended, but we are not yet free. The war is over, but we still have a score to settle. Show me what you've got, Snake!
We're only watching the scene for the Twin Snakes reference in it. The Twin Snakes moves you get. Yeah, well, the system is down, so the nanomachines and the syringe shouldn't do anything. So they're just straight up shooting up heroin right now or some shit. It's not the anti-nanomachine thing, right? I think it's the Twin Snakes. It references soon. All of them Twin Snakes moves. Probably now, yeah, it's now. They recreated fucking Twin Snakes cutscene. Yep. Fuck off. Don't worry, it wouldn't be terribly entertaining. We're just unlocking them. It took 35 hours to get here. That's pretty fucking chicken. The real problem here is that with this control scheme, I can't wiggle Snake's ass anymore. Damn. Oh my god, Koala, do you have a tier 2 sub? Yes, you do. You have the exclusive placeholder tier 2 emote. Nice. Thank you. I just noticed. It's just a placeholder, yeah? But I guess it works. Oh fuck. I need to stop being distracted. Which in buns. Come on, do your super mega punch. Lately I've been failing at getting a combo during this phase. For some reason. Never mind, there's a combo. That should end it soon. Yep. Oh fuck, I didn't mean to get all cinematic on him. Alright, people want to see the kiss. Let's see if he does it. Shoot. There it is.
On a tree frog, the try to survive.
Enough. What's the game timer say? 34, 59, 59. Or 499 kills. God, the time we could fix. The kills, we could not. If I don't have 500 kills, I just fucking wasted 35 hours of my life. Because we can't go back and get any more kills. We could waste more time, but we can't get more kills. How sure am I that I got 500 kills? Come on, we got a fucking liquid flashback while we were killing shit as Campbell. And then we kill all the frogs during the Mantis fight as well. Nah. There's no way I don't have the kills. There's no way. Predict. Fuck. You guys are doing a prediction? Really? There's no way I don't have kills. No, of course not. I only made one save. That's the fun of it. I don't know. I find that the liquid flashback thing, it's supposed to be every 100 kills, but it's not, in my experience. Maybe I miscounted a couple times, but I find that it's less than that. So I don't know. Maybe I need to try it again. Oh, maybe it's because I was counting kills instead of counting... I don't fucking know. Because you'd have to start at 0 and then count 100 to be 100, and then start at 100 to count to 200. So maybe I started counting some other amount, and that's why I felt like less than 100. I don't know, something like that. I'm pretty sure we got it. Fake credits. I hate the fake credits. You can't skip the credits, but you have to sit there and wait for it, but only a few seconds, yeah? Like, it's not enough to walk away, but it's also not enough to skip. All because they make you go like, oh my god, it's Big Ubosu, no way, where is he? Holy shit, look at all those channel points in the prediction. 501 kills? It's probably gonna be more than that. So, I guess you guys mean at least 500. There's no way it's exactly 501. No way. It's probably more than that. I'd say maybe 530, 550. You should have used greater than 500. We have like 1.5 million nanomachines, son, at stake. More than that, almost 2 million now. Fuck. Oh my god, Big Boss, what the fuck? What does that comic strip say? Oh my god, Jesus Christ, Big Boss, I ain't gonna come. Jesus. Or something like that. I need to find it again. And then he fucking splooges all over the screen. Alright, now we can take a break. It's like, what, 10 minutes of credits? This madness that is the fucking chicken run is over. Hopefully. Who the fuck came up with 35 hours? That's the main problem. I could understand maybe 20 hours, but 35? What the fuck? So we should get like, I don't know, 20, 30 emblems from this run. Look at all those nanomachines, son. Yeah, that's the idea. We're getting all the emblems. After this, we have a little big boss run to do, maybe. But that's nothing in comparison to the fucking chicken run. Zine found it. Exactly what I was talking about. Holy shit, Snake's alive, big boss, I'm going to come. Jesus Christ, shit. Oh my god, what the fuck? Holy shit, Snake's alive, big boss. I'm going to come. Jesus Christ, shit. Did you like it? Zamakura, thank you for the 81 months. It's been a while since I've seen that. Did the chicken run again? You weren't looking. Yeah, quickly. Fuck this. Probably won't do this again for years.
Rest forever.
Snake, wait up. You forgot these.
No thanks. I'm quitting.
Snake,
These things will kill you.
where will you go? Our fight is finished. There's nothing left for us to do.
No. There's one thing I still have to do. I have to see this age off. See what the future brings.
Sounds good to me. I'll go with you.
Otacon, I'm gonna be dead soon. You don't have to come.
You said it yourself, Snake. There's nothing inside you can pass on to the next generation. No genes, no memes. You're man-made. You're a beast.
I know. A blue rose. There won't be any happy Beauty and the Beast ending for me. What little time I have left will be spent living as a beast. A shadow of the inside. Of the old age.
Exactly. That's why you need me. As a witness.
A witness?
Yeah. Someone on the outside to bear witness to your final days. Someone to pass on your story. Not that I'm the only witness. But I'll remember everything you were. And stick with you to the end.
Otacon.
Besides, you wouldn't let me suffer Sonny's eggs alone, would you?
Come quick! They're ready! They look yummy! Sort of like the sun. It's rising again.
Here it comes. Yes! There it is. Fucking shit. Oh, we didn't get number 12. What's number 12? Maybe it's part of the big boss run. Oh, it's gotta be Pigeon. The 32 and 12 and all the ones at the top, those are from the big boss run. So here are all the fucking etc. emblems you get in between. Yeah, 12's gotta be Pigeon. That's no kills, that will come with the big boss run. 32 also will come with the big boss run. But that's the important one there. Title awarded to disgraceful soldiers who spent far too long completing the mission, use health items liberally, were routinely spotted, killed indiscriminately, and died an unimaginable number of times. Fuck. Shaken 40. Dishonorable. Yeah, we got all the stuff in between. Gave supplies to soldiers fighting PMCs. Received much praise from fellow soldiers fighting PMCs. Obtain every weapon. Frequent body checks, hold-ups. Hiding in cardboard boxes. Enjoy reading, staring at magazines. Rabbit emblem. Or Playboy, get it? Inject others with syringes. Stick to the wall. Sideway rolls, forward rolls. Crawl on the ground. Move while crouching. Procure items on the battlefield. Combat highs. Hunger for health items. Spotted. Yep. Kills. Prolonged amount of time completing the mission. Yeah, that's it. We just need a big boss run to get all the emblems. This 32 is Scorpion, which is less than 75 alerts, less than 25 continues, and less than 250 kills. So basically a big boss run. And then 12 is Pigeon, is no kills. And all the stuff at the top is different components of the big boss run. So 0 alerts, 0 continues, 0 kills. And no healing items. And all that stuff. Okay, cool. 35 fucking hours for this thing. Better save it. Alright, we got the corpse camo from all the continues. Now, you need 8 playthroughs to get all the emblems. This was number 7 on this save. So, one more big boss run. That'll be everything. That'll give us, among other things, Snake Eater on the iPod. I'll also get the stealth camo, the big boss face camo, the big boss song. Nah, I'm not doing it now. I'll probably maybe I'll do all the big boss runs tomorrow. Like I'll do, or whenever I wake up next. I don't even know what day it is anymore. I'm thinking maybe do MGS 1, 2, 3, 4 big boss runs first. That'll take about 10 hours. And then we'll do the story playthrough. The non-stop marathon that we hit the sub goal for. So MGS 1, 2, 3, 4 story runs non-stop, which will take less than the fucking chicken run. Because it's gonna take maybe 32 hours or so, instead of 35 for this shit. So you could have done it. You could have done all the fucking games and the time it takes for this. But yeah, that's number 7. Number 8 will be Big Boss Run. That's it. I don't know why I had this random save here. Alright. And the stream didn't drop or anything. The PS3 didn't explode. My internet stayed up. OBS didn't explode, so that's a good thing. Alright, guys, enough of this madness that is the chicken run. Never again. Probably not for a while, at least. But it's good to have. We're almost have a 100% save of MGS4 again. Alright, we're gonna rate night. You started streaming, why not? Guys, thank you all for sitting through this madness. More or less with me. And thanks to all the awesome people who gifted subs and subbed and helped us reach the goal. That means you guys get a marathon soon. Alright, I'll see you guys next time.